Is that, am I here? It's showing that I'm here. Please God. It says I'm here. Oh, I am. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Shannon, for confirming that for me. On the plus side, your hair is glorious. Thank you very much for saying that. My chat box is like weirdly sized. I have to scale down. Oh, I'll fix that in a minute, you guys. Y'all, thank you for the hair compliment, because this is what I do. Like, can you see it from the back? All I do, this is my chaos hair. This is like, I don't know what to do. I had helmet hair from riding my bike today. So I just kind of grab a bunch of hair and then I like swirl it around my hands, tuck the tail in. This is for you, Belinda, because I know you're gonna grow out your hair and do exactly this. And I'll be the first to say congratulations. Anyways, that's this hair. This is my like least effort hair. And if you look closely enough, you'll see that my winged eyeliner is like not symmetrical at all. So 35 going on 65. Oh my gosh, hello, hi. I haven't seen you in like 50 billion years, it feels like. I haven't seen most of you. Well, I've been on Belinda's stream. So, yeah, and I've been on Risto's stream recently, but I've streamed once in the last month. That's how bananas my life has been. I need to resize this chat box, y'all. Just give me a hot second to... I'm a streamer, so this is gonna go just fine. We're gonna put this at, is 1300 too big? Is that too long? That's almost perfectly long. That's what she said. That's what he said. That's what they said. Everybody said that. Yes, I'm here to judge her. Honestly, judge away. Look at, you see that? It's because I'm wearing sunscreen. Do you see that like a little imperfection there? It kind of happens on both sides. It's because I'm wearing sunscreen. So like the like grease crease that you get in your eyelids just as a human being gets like on even waterproof stuff because it's oil and that like dissolves even waterproof makeup. Anyways, it gets on the crease and then it goes up. But I think sun protection is important. So I picked that over glamour, and that's the story. That's the end of the story. It's doing like a little thing. It almost looks like the deliberate like Gen Z like fancy eyeliner. Like my friend Abby does that, and it looks so amazing all the time. But she's the type of person that like does that. If I did that, people would be like, "What's happening to you?" Speaking of which, I have a couple of items to debut, some of which people might judge me for. Nanners, I think you know what I'm talking about, but sunscreen Mux It All. Honestly, I didn't realize you were wearing eyeliner. I just assumed that's your daily eyes. Yeah, I install them each morning, like the cyborg that I am. I'd go like, yeah. Anyways, I've always been a fan of winged eyeliner. Thank you. You usually are like, the eyeliner's on point today, by the way. If I remember correctly, I think it's you that usually is like, gives me a little eyeliner related boost. Oh, you guys, I have my apartment to myself right now, which is kind of cool because I haven't had my apartment to myself for a while. So it's just me and y'all. Because my 2 roommates, they're a couple, that are living here until they find their apartment. So kind of temporary. One of them's working and the other one's like, well, what am I going to do if you're busy? Like, she would normally just hang out with me. And so she's not. And she decided to go out and meet one of her like friends that we actually met together at a conference. Anyways, so yeah, it's just me and Hoon, who was at the vet yesterday to the tune of $500. So what I currently have in my bank account is like $14. It was really great. I was like, I'm gonna go to Costco this week. No, you're not. That'll buy you like 1 pallet of air or something. That wouldn't even buy you. Like, I couldn't even get, for the amount of money I have in my actual checking account, I couldn't even get like a pack of canned corn because they sell them like 15 at a fucking time. It'll get you a sample. That's true. You know what? You're onto something. Maybe I should just go wander Costco long enough to get like a meal's worth of samples and just do that every day. You know what? That's not the worst idea in the world. I wish that there was more places that did samples here. Guys, life's just been difficult. It wasn't yesterday Hoon was out at the vet. It was the day before. And yesterday, your girl lived through a tornado. There wasn't actually a tornado technically where I am, but like a tornado basically swept through like the whole northeastern United States and a bunch of Ontario and Canada, Ontario and Quebec in Canada. So it was actually crazy enough that I left, like I live in a high-rise building, right? And I left and went to like the main floor or like the basement, like the subterranean stuff, because it was actually that scary. And your girl has actually technically lived through one actual tornado. I've been there. And I was right near a different tornado that happened, both in Alberta, of course. And yeah, they're not very common here. And no one seemed to really think that, like, everyone was like, oh, this is great. And like people were taking videos. Obviously, like, nothing super bad happened, like, where I am, but like one touchdown not too far away. And people, hello, Joseph2812. Hello, Joe. How's it going? Hello, hey, Joe. You want to give it a go? Oh. No one? That was a little Lady Marmalade for y'all. I lived in Edmonton for the Black Friday or the 87 tornado. Shut the front door. You would have, ma'am, lived. I was on this planet. This is going to give away my age. Oh no, whatever. I was in my mother's womb when Black Friday happened. So, you know, technically I was around for that. My dad was doing jail guard training at that point in time. Because he was working in like a correction facility in the Peace Country. Don't hate my dad for being, that was like a long time ago. Anyways, so he was there like the day after, and he was like, it's scary. So yeah, you're 22, ma'am. Thank you. I'm the least mature 22-year-old you'll ever meet. I'm 18 with 20 years experience. Yes, exactly. I'll be listening, but might not be that active, so I'll be lurky. Well, I appreciate your lurkiness and whatever level of activity you feel like contributing or are able to contribute. Your presence here is appreciated so much. I know my presence hasn't been here a whole lot, so I really appreciate those of you that are like hanging around, coming back, lurking, you know, working, eating a gherkin. You guys, I'm so unhinged today. Let's take a deep breath. Let's do one of those, you know, like. So, for those of you that don't remember from my previous stress management related stream, if you do a really kind of quick inhale, like a intense inhale through the nose, ideally, huge one, and then try and get like just a tiny bit extra air in, and then do a big sigh out. That is like scientifically proven to like dramatically lower a whole bunch of like stress response and activate you know, the balancing part of your parasympathetic nervous system. So whenever you're like feeling frantic, give her a go. Works almost immediately and is effective in everybody. So, hey, Kythefish. Hi, good evening. Welcome. I see that you have a science thing, so I assume that you're a Bulent related convert? I don't know. That sounds weird. This isn't a cult. Welcome. Hi. Hello. I'm Neurolesia. I don't think that you've been on here before, but it's not saying first time chatter on my thing. It is saying first time chatter, but I'm not logged into my own chat in my slobs. It's a whole thing. Anyways, hi. It's not a cult. A nautical cult. So the tornado that came here, they called it a marine tornado, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, we got an emergency alert that said there's a... Hoon just came in to say hello. Anyways, ooh, what's that? Oh, I love that. Oh, that's from Thug Shells. That's sweet. Oh, I like that a lot. I'm not subscribed to them, so I don't think I have access to that, but that's really cool. Bulent recommended my channel. I really appreciate that, especially because, like, low-key, Bulent's like a celebrity in my head. Like, whenever, like, I get acknowledged when I'm in science streams, it just, I'm like, oh, hello, me? Who, me? You know, because, like, a lot of the people on here are, like, my friends from, like, the real world before I was streaming. And I now consider Bulent and Risto and all these people my friends, but I met them through this. So, like, it feels like, you know, they're, I don't know. It's just really, really nice, okay? Wait, this isn't a cult? Oh, Joseph's like, I'm out. If it's not a cult, I'm gone. It can be a cult. It can be a cult. I guess. I don't think I want it to be a cult, but I think, like, the intensity of the fandom, I'm fine if you guys want to be, like, relatively intense fans, as long as you're not creepy. It's fine, you know? I wonder where Muse Clues is. This would be the first stream that they miss if they're not here. Let's do a tea pour. Let's do a little ASMR tea pour. We're just drinking a nice peppermint. Throat's still scratchy. Ugh. So yeah, ooh, it's nicely steeped. Good temperature. Do you guys see this? I don't want to spill this. Do you guys see this steam? You see the steam? You can't see the steam, can you? Anyways, it's a science cult. Honestly, are those two things not kind of diametrically opposed a little bit? A cult of science, a science cult? So you guys, I've told my PI, my principal investigator of the lab that I work in, about this stream, especially because Layla and I work in the same lab, right? So we actually were talking about Vulgar Science, which is now on its own channel. Reminder, if you guys are interested in seeing Layla and I chat together, we're going to be back at it. We might even do the special stream that we were saying that we were going to do. We were going to play games and, like, do fun stuff. We might end up doing that tomorrow. We did not schedule a time, but we are meeting up either way. To determine, like, what our content's going to be for the rest of the summer, basically, and try and, like, nail down an actual schedule, since both of us are kind of done traveling for the foreseeable future. So we were thinking of maybe doing, like a series, kind of like what I've been talking about with with the drugs thing that I'm going to do on my channel. And then on Vulgar Science, we were maybe going to do like the DSM personality disorders, and like do each one like a special deep dive kind of thing, because that allows us to start doing the content and researching a little bit earlier, because usually it's like Sunday and we're like, oh, what's our topic going to be? That's a lie. It's not usually the Sunday, but point is, usually we're not researching it like weeks ahead, except for a couple of them. Anyways, we've both just been so busy. So yeah. Anyways, ooh, tarot class. A class? That sounds interesting. I'll creep all I want. I mean, Shannon, you can be a creep. You can knit me something. Crochet. Knit? Crochet. Nanners crochets. Not for sport. Anyways, but yeah, if you're interested, Vulgar Science on Mondays. It's super fun. It's me and my colleague and close friend, Lila Show. And we talk about, I don't know, spicy science. Sometimes it's just normal science and we're spicy. I wore a little gold cape, dressed up like a baked potato one time. So, you know, classic chaos, really. What else are you going to get when you're hanging out with me, I guess? Though my therapist was like, do we really want to identify with the chaos anymore? She didn't say that, but I was like, maybe that's not who I am anymore. Maybe I'm chaotic in the fun way, not in the the bad chaos way. I don't know. Anyways, this is all stuff that's happened this week. So there's a tornado. Dog went to the vet for $500. Yeah, so Hoon's been sick for like too long. And it's been kind of nuts. And I've been working on this huge data project for the lab. Like recently we kind of I dug myself a hole. It's going to make a nice publication, but I was like, guys, don't we have like all of these data historically? Can't we look at this question, answer this question anyways? And my boss was like, that's a great idea. Why don't we go through 20 years worth of data? So we have the data because we've been working on this for a while, and we're writing up the paper, and he's like all of a sudden decided that he wants the paper out soon. 2 days ago I saw him and we weren't talking about it, and then yesterday at I don't know, 6 o'clock, I get an email being like, let's write up this paper and edit it tomorrow, aka today. And I'm like, hello, is this thing on? Anyways, he did most of the composition and most of the data and all of this sort of stuff. So it's kind of nice because it was my idea, but I haven't really had to do much of the work. And for those of you that don't know, academia is just kind of like that. Sometimes lots of PIs kind of like to write their own papers. The nice thing is Jeff and I have written, he's seen my writing a lot, and we write the same, our voices are very similar, so he frequently compliments me on my writing. Anyways, oh hey, Dr. Neurolab, hello. Speaking of doctors and PIs and neuros and labs, maybe you can weigh in on that. Do you like to write your papers, or do you like your students to write your papers? Don't know. Quick shout out. Hey, fan of ASMR, hello, hi, long time no see, nice to see you. Good to see you on another stream, however, it's super late night here. I'll have to see this on catch up. Well, thanks for being here for even a brief moment. I really, really appreciate it. Lurk, whatever you want to do, completely appreciate any of the interaction and your presence. So, appreciate it. Is Doggo doing better? Well, let's see. Should we do a Hoon check? Doing a lip balm. Baby, you want to come here? You've got fans, my love. You've got fans. Come here. How are you doing? How is your belly? Did you have to go in the secret room without your mom to get your blood taken out? Were you very stressed? Thought mom was gonna give you away? Yeah. She's doing better. Do you have anything to say here? Oh! I knocked over. Shoon's like, what's that? You guys, I knocked over a bunch of stuff, including the stuffed rat that Hoon thinks is hers. This is very much not hers. Anyways, my sweet baby girl. she is doing better. She's on medicine. Poor baby. For 10 days. Ugh. And then another 10 days, I have to like taper off the dose, the whole thing. She's on 2 different medications. Little baby, here, let's get that out of her face. Ugh. You guys, send all your love to her. The nice thing is, it's probably not anything super serious, but we had to go, like, you have to do it sequentially. Anyways, bye, baby. Bye-bye. She was laying down so sweetly. I feel bad for her. Anyways, so to answer your question, Kythe Fish, also, hi, hello, welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, she's doing better, ? Anyways, she's sweet and snuggly. Honestly, she's not. Her most exciting thing this week is that I got her, like, these buttons where the dog, like, touches them to talk kind of thing. Anyways, hey, Risto. Oh, hey, hi, I apologize. It's been a hell of a day over here. It's been a hell of a week for a lot of people. We had a tornado. I was just talking about that. Anyways, I'm sorry you've had a hell of a week. Hug from whom to you, from me to you. Shout out Dr. Neuralab. Yes, thank you. She seems very sweet and snuggly. She is not a snuggly dog most of the time, but she's been sick. And of course, like most dogs in bad weather, she's like shaking. And it's been where I am 21 days straight that we've had either smog/smoke from wildfires, batshit insane, like thunder, crazy storms, or like extreme heat warnings. So just extreme weather for 3 weeks straight. No reprieve. So that's been fun. Which of course affects me. It affects her. I came back from vacation, which was stressful for her. And I came back with roommates. And so she loves them. They love her. But, life has been pretty chaotic the last 3 weeks. So yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for doing all these shout outs. Oh, thank you, Risto. That's so sweet of you to gift the tier 1 sub to Kythe Fish. Is it Kythe? Kith? I kind of like it being Kith. It's like Mike Tyson saying like kiss. Kith. Chew? Yes, thank you for doing all these shout outs, Risto. I really appreciate it. Climate change, yeah, no kidding. You guys, thank you. Risto, just fucking, I missed you. Risto and I, like, before I went on vacation, we're talking basically every day, and I have just been so busy. I have had people, like, checking on me. They're like, you're not sending me memes with the same regularity. What's happening? You're not posting on your stories as regularly. And I'm like, girl, I'm busy. You guys, this is amazing. A hype train is incoming. What a wonderful time in my life. You guys, this is amazing. Hype, welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate this so much, especially, like, I know that this is, like, y'all's hard-earned money, and I'm so fucking disgustingly broke that, like, it means a lot. It means a lot. Like, this is gonna mean the difference between, like, me getting groceries. I've got money from both my mom and my dad in the last week, because, like, who's vet bill? It's insane. Anyways, the point is, I really appreciate it. Do not feel obligated in any way, shape, or form, but know that it matters, I guess is what I'm saying. It's very... Dr. Neuralab? My heart. You guys, I'm overwhelmed. I never know how to deal with this. This is only I think this is my second hype train ever. I mean, granted, I've only been streaming since the end of January. I know you're busy. I know we talked every day, but we're both very busy humans. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, with actual true friends, there's kind of like no, like, I actually just talked to my friend Jessie, who's been one of my best friends since high school, so like a long time. Muse, you're here! Oh my gosh, Muse Clues. I appreciate you so much. So much. Nanners, look, your little cheer wall, that's so cute. You guys, I had to make an entrance. That is an entrance. I mean, bravo. Bellissima. Bellissimo? I don't know. Whatever. Beautiful. Wonderful. Yeah, that was a stellar entrance. Risto, you guys are crazy. It makes a huge difference in my life. Aw, Joseph. Saying thanks. Cheering. Oh, my phone's like, stream. Thanks, phone. I'm on it. Got it. Party. I love this. Thank you, Shannon. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You guys, I actually did so much research for this stream. So I'm actually kind of excited about it. Not that I'm not excited about... I'm excited every time I stream, honestly. It's just like always fun. But let's go. Look at all these little... Oh, I really like that. I want to do an animated emote. I have another emote, like, slot open? Anyways, I haven't even had time to do art. Oh my gosh. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, I can't remember if this was it was available during my last stream, but my last stream was quite short. So this is my little starseed from, oh fuck, because I'm not logged in, I can't do it. I have to go over here. This is my starseed, my custom starseed from Risto Rock's channel, and his name is Jacques. He is a Crazy Labrat, raton. I've talked about the fact that raccoons are called wash rats in French, raton lavé. Anyways, I'm trying to go into... Everything's chaos over here, honestly. But I absolutely... I'm not logged in enough to do things. I don't... Oh, I do. There it is. Yeah. Okay, anyways, so this is Jacques, and I absolutely adore Jacques. And it's pixels to paper, right? Pixels to paper? It's pixel something. I couldn't remember it last time. Anyways, they do this custom art and it's really cool because Risto's got all of these like people in his community that have been requesting these like custom star seeds, which is just kind of like a really like positive energy sort of vibe that, you know, just radiates from Risto himself. Risto's channel. Check them out. It's amazing. Pixel cuts. Fucking, there is a pixels to paper person that exists, like a streamer that exists. I'm not making that up, right? Oh, hi! Leia M. Core, hello, hi, welcome back. Long time no see. Thank you for being here. I haven't talked about science even a little bit yet. Yes, look at all of these. Like, look at the Risto ant for science. Oh, there's just so much good stuff. Which is really cool. And it's making me think, like, I want to get back to doing, like, trying to draw my own emotes, or at least doing my own with, like, open access, like, unlicensed images and stuff like that, like I did on, like, for the little brains and stuff. I just did it on Canva. But I haven't even had time to do that. I barely had time for therapy this week, and then therapy landed on the day of the tornado, so my therapist was like, we might not be able to connect because my internet might be out. So, yeah. I'm gonna message you. You're gonna message me right now? Pixels to Paper is another friend, yes. You're gonna message me on Discord? Do I even have a Discord open right now? Ugh. You guys, it's chaotic right now. I'm gonna have to pull it up on my phone. I don't want to stress my internet too much. I assume that you mean on Discord. Oh, because Dougie-licious is also live right now. As is, this is information, AstroConnect. I just read your message. That's so sweet of you. I'm not gonna spoil the thing. You guys, I won a raffle on AstroConnect's channel the other day, which was amazing. I got like horseshoes because I won 2 of Balint's like science streams things to get my stickers that are on my other water bottle. Shit. I think it's on my bike. I think my other water bottle's on my bike, so I can't even show you my science stickers. But I got 2 members of the science band. I got Antonia playing guitar, and I got Kevin playing the drums. Both from raffles that were like pretty close to back. And then I was in Astro's thing the other day. Can we do a shout out for Astro? SVP? That means s'il vous plaît, by the way. If I'm just saying SVP and people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hype Train Success. You guys, thank you so much. So question right off the bat, how does the science of names apply to actors? Oh boy, that's such a good question. And I honestly, I actually don't truly know the answer, but I think we can kind of get at the answer from a couple of different directions. So without giving away the farm, because I haven't even started talking about the science here, but thank you for asking that. There's something called like congruency in naming, kind of psychology, I guess, in the study of names, which is basically how much do you look like your name? And we'll get into the science of like how you study that and like what they've found. But basically, mainly in Western names this has been studied, but a little bit in multicultural and multiracial like situations. But when it comes to white Western faces, there's like the face of a Dan and the face of a Michael and the face of a Tim and the face of a Bob and the face of a George and all of this. And the degree of congruency conveys a lot of power. And this is kind of like my big, like, why you should care about all of the science that I'm telling you about things. So I'm giving away the farm early. I mean, whatever. But the name congruency conveys popularity. It conveys, like, they did a study on, I can't remember what country it was in, pretty Western country, I'm pretty sure. But they found that political candidates whose names were congruent, like Joe Biden. Does Joe Biden look like a Joe? Does Daddy Trudeau look like Daddy Trudeau? His name's Justin. He does look like a Justin, by the way. Just saying. Sorry if anyone's name is Justin, but like he looks like a basic white boy because he is a basic white boy, a rich white boy, but his name's Justin and he looks like a Justin. And Joe Biden, he kind of looks like a Joe, regular Joe. Old man Joe, you know? Anyways, but they did this study looking at political political candidates, and they found that 10% more of the vote over like a whole bunch of samples went to the candidate that had high name congruency as opposed to one that had really low name congruency. So they had like ones across the spectrum. But basically name congruency, I'm guessing it doesn't cause cognitive dissonance, which is basically when what your internal belief system, your internal psychology is, when that's at a disagreement with usually your actions or what you're getting exposed to or something. So if you're fundamentally an atheist and that's something that you really embody, hardcore scientist, I don't believe anything that can't be proven, etc., like super hardcore, no spirituality kind of thing, and you have to sit through church, that would cause you a lot of cognitive dissonance. Or if you're someone that's like really, really diehard honest, you know, hardcore, never lies, and you have to tell a lie, that would cause you a lot of discomfort. And the reason for that discomfort is cognitive dissonance. So that's my hypothesis about why name congruency would yield more positive things? Question mark. But again, lots of this research has been done on names like Joe and like mainly white men. But yeah. Does Caleb look like Caleb? Does Jennifer look like Jennifer, etc.? Yeah, so I think celebrities are actually part of the schema that we build our congruent kind of things on. So like when I say, does a Justin look like a Justin? Justin Trudeau actually probably contributes to our idea of what a Justin looks like because he's a famous Justin, or Justin Timberlake. You know what I mean? Like Justin Trudeau is maybe not that famous to people outside of Canada. He should be. I mean, Emmanuel Macron, he's president of France. I don't know about France politics, but boy, oh boy, do I know about that man. Anyways, I like to refer to white Western as assorted crackers. I am assorted crackers. What kind of cracker would you be? Like, let's do, you know, like, fuck astrology. What type of cracker are you? That will tell me the type of person you are. I feel like I would be, a nice, like, Vinta cracker. Yeah, I think I would be a Vinta. Ooh, but maybe like a Breton, a nice like veggie, like flavored Breton cracker. Ooh, you know, white cheddar, those like really crispy ones. It's Cheez-Its? Cheez-Its. It's an American thing that I didn't know was a thing here, and then Layla showed it to me and I was just like, what is this? They're so crispy. Oh! Anyways, my mom thought she was going to name me Jennifer, but changed it at the last minute because I was too feisty. Wait, and Jennifers are docile in your mom's mind? You are feisty. To your mom's credit, she's not wrong. You were one of the feistier people that I know, which is very much a plus in my mind. Is that true for all genders of political candidates? Well, the sad truth of it is, Kaifish, most of the political candidates that are available to run these statistics on are, you guessed it, assorted crackers. I really like the assorted crackers thing. That's hilarious. Thanks for that. Yeah, so I mean, you could run if you did like a huge statistic on like all political candidates across all of the democratic systems, you would have to be a little bit selective if you're going to do this big data. You would have to have inclusion criteria, like do they have first past the post voting? Are there electoral districts, or is it popular vote? How long have they had democracy in that country? Is it an actual democracy, or are they just saying that, but there's like a lot of political violence kind of thing, right? So you'd want to decide that. And then you would have to probably run a non-parametric. We're getting into the statistics. I believe you would have to run a non-parametric test because you would have completely disparate sample sizes. So you would want to look at the proportions of things with that in mind. And there are statistics that are designed to do that. I think it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. I think it's chi-squared, but I don't know. Dr. Neurolab can weigh in here. Ritz Cracker. Ooh, I'm a wheat thin Cheez-It. Wait, are those wheat thins are a type of cracker and a Cheez-It is a type of cracker. Are you both? Are you bi cracker? I read a thing today that said that macaques are almost all male macaques are bisexual. The representation we crave. Anyways, there's Jennifers that I know that are feisty. So keep in mind, again, that we're talking more about physical appearance than behavior, right? But interestingly, we are already getting... You guys, I didn't even get to explain my hat. We're past housekeeping. We're into the science. I'm jacked. Anyways, gonna eat dinner, be back shortly. Yeah, most candidates are male. Exactly, Kaifish. That's, 100%. So, what was I going to say? We're talking about behavior, and behavior is something that's really hard to disentangle, like cause from effect, right? Because you get your name, you get this first kind of like cultural and like personal kind of token that's associated with you. There's actually nomenclature that they use, and I can't remember what it is. I'm looking at my notes here. There's like a political flag, not political. Jesus Christ, Alicia. I can't remember what they called it. Anyways, it's like a thing that your first signifier, identifier of yourself that you ever learn is your name, right? So there is literally no way to disentangle this in a human population, and presumably animals don't really have a huge amount of associations with the names of other animals, right? So it only really works in humans. That would influence the way that you act. And they call this the Dorian Gray effect, because if you've ever read Oscar Wilde's play? Novel? I think it's a novel. Oscar Wilde did plays and novels. Anyways, Portrait of Dorian Gray, every time Dorian does certain actions, it's like reflected in this portrait that gets like more and more hideous the more his actions are hideous, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, they call it the Dorian Gray effect, which is actually kind of a misnomer here, but basically the Dorian Gray effect is the effect where one's given name may have an effect on how you present yourself. So the fact that a Kyle looks like a Kyle and a Tim looks like a Tim and a Bob and whatever is more because it's a social tag is what they call it. It's our very first social tag. So each name has, because of celebrity culture or pop culture of any kind, has associated characteristics, behaviors, a look, etc. that's associated with it, and has this shared schema in like a social context, right? So this is why it's also culturally dependent. So like a name like Abdullah or Muhammad is a very common, very sacred, very important name in Muslim Arab cultures, right? It's something that's like akin to the commonality of like a Michael or a Matt in North American culture, but with a lot more gravitas because Muslim culture, obviously Muhammad is very important. Abdullah is one of the prophets, like associates kind of thing down there. They don't call them associates. Anyways, that has a very different meaning there in their social schema than it does in ours. So when they picture even the same name, someone that was raised there with the same name probably has different like facial features, even though theoretically those shouldn't change. How you dress them, how much you clench your jaw, for Christ's sake, can change how strongly your jaw protrudes and make it so that your face just looks different. And that's just like one tiny little thing. Oh, it's crazy. Anyways. Ooh, dinner. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, I am. I'm driving, so my weigh-ins are limited to red lights. LOL. I mean, I'm just calling on you because you're the only person in here that I think might know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Like, not might know what I'm talking about, but that specific little minutia of things at that level. So don't feel like you have to weigh in, but I appreciate you being here. And while you're driving, that's a popular thing. I think Muse does that pretty commonly too, which is, I'm like, guys, you're driving. Isn't that illegal? I do it all the time. It's like a podcast, right? In any event, so this Dorian Gray effect makes it so like name stereotypes, this is in the paper, it said this, include a prototypical facial appearance such that we have a shared representation culturally for the right look associated with each name. And that's what I was talking about with the name congruency, right? So if you think about it, like I was thinking about just anecdotally in my own life, I have people that have pretty common names in my life. I know like 50 Matts. I dated a Matt. Pardon me. And there's a reason that we say a Kyle or a Chad. Like that's a thing. Or a Karen. A Karen, you guys. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say a Karen. You are picturing the same lady that I am picturing right now because we've agreed socially and built this very strong schema in the case of that name that, you know, shows us this particular person. Before that became a thing, we were probably picturing, I don't know, fucking Karen Carpenter. Who's a famous Karen? What would a Karen look like before Karen meant Karen? You know? Guys named John. We have to address them by other identifiers. Karen looks like everyone. John and Job. Oh, John and John. Yeah, well, I mean, I dated a John too. Yikes. Keep in mind that like there are names that are way more common in a particular culture than they are in ours, and it's not just necessarily across these like larger cultural divides like Muslim culture versus Western culture, and there are Western Muslims, so I'm just really painting a broad brush here. Anyways, there's like, if you think about like German names like Heinrich and Josef or Joseph, whatever, right? There's like, that's a very common name there. Or Yannick, like that's a very common like Germanic sort of area name. There's names like Oksana and Anna and stuff like that that are really Russian or Eastern European, or Alex or Alexander or Peter, like Piotr kind of spelling. There's like very I do date generics historically. Yeah, I dated a Ben. I don't think I've dated a Ben. I think I've smooched a Ben though. Karen is more of a behavior set. Yeah, but it's associated with that like reverse like angled bob haircut, and it's a white lady. We're all picturing a white lady, and it's a white lady that's like sells, you know, like those leggings that everybody sold, LuLaRoe, you know? They invite you over for Tupperware parties and they give you like dip that's low fat. We all know who we're talking about here. And no shade. If someone in yours name is Karen, I'm so sorry that you get that association. That must fucking suck. Actually, do you guys remember the show Shameless? There was a Karen in that show, and she was like this histrionic, crazy person that dated one of the characters in the first couple of seasons. But she was very much like a young, immature, crazy person. But yeah, Neuralicia only dates generics. Listen, I've changed. That was my high school boyfriend and my boyfriend of like my life partner quite a long time ago. But I'll be here to remind you guys that Alicia is painfully single. You'll hear it every stream. Actually, I don't think I said it last stream. But yeah, I'm on the longest dry spell of my life. That's fine. She's busy. Every time I open the apps, I'm like, get out, stop. Everyone's name is Kevin on the apps right now too. That has a cultural thing. So what we call a Kyle, like kind of like a, you know, chest bump bro dude that's like, you know, into football. In Europe, particularly in like France and Germany, the name Kevin is that to them. So just fun fact for you, how culturally dependent that is. But Hans actually has roots in Johann, which is actually where John comes from too. Well, in Jean and like Donal and Donald, and like there's all these like anglicized versions of things. Mary and Maggie and Margaret and Patty and all of this sort of stuff, like there's all associations. And I actually have a whole bunch of examples of like names that even within racial context, like someone that you wouldn't like visually be like, oh, that person is, you know, Welsh or something. I'm sure there's some people that can do that, but you know, British names like Bryony or Araminta. My roommates right now are British, so I was like, what are some quintessential British names? And I made a big list. Where's my list? Oh, Gemma. They love a Gemma over there. They love a Charlotte. Anyone that's ever been a king or a queen or a prince or a princess or whatever, there's Henrys and Catherines and Victorias. But those are more like British names, right? Whereas like, I'm trying to think of other ones. American boys' names from my age group: Matt, Chris, Michael, Robert, Thomas, John, James, David, Scott. I think I've dated every single one of those. No, that's a lie. Well, like half of them though. And when I say dated, I don't necessarily mean like seriously. But like French names like Manon, that's a like uncommon name. Except for if you're in France, it's super common, right? Anyways, they're both Johns. Same, Sean has roots in Johann. We're all picturing Kate from John and Kate plus 8. Is that what the Karen comes from? Sean is different spelling of Sean, which is Irish version of John. Yeah, it's true. And we do have a favorite Sean around here that we haven't seen in a while. Get a grip, because those guys have been traveling. They had a wedding that they went to. Layla went to the Western, like yeehaw Western stuff on my side of the country. My side, not the side I currently live on, the side I'm from. Yeah, French names like Alain, like Alan, French Alan, Alain. Jean, French John. Louis, Louis, you know, all these things. Irish names like Siobhan. These are like really like culturally significant things that we associate with a certain culture. And then when you picture that person, like when I tell you picture an Irish person, chances are the first thing that comes to your head, whether it's right or wrong, is someone that's ginger. You know, maybe they're wearing plaid. Maybe they're after your Lucky Charms. But like these are all stereotypes for better or for worse, but that does play into the schema of naming. So this kind of like circles back to the earlier question about like how do celebrities play into this. And don't think that these celebrities aren't also being influenced by the culture of their own name that they're influencing, right? So it's just like a disproportionate, like, you know, a Justin that I know isn't going to influence the schema of Justin as much as a Justin Timberlake would, but Justin Timberlake is also going to be influenced by the global schema of Justine-ness, if you will. Daywalkers, if you watch South Park. Wasn't that like a weird vampire film with Ethan Hawke? I think that's a thing. I think that was a thing. That's true. I think it was actually pretty good. Huh. I'm gonna look it up. Should I look it up with you guys? I have, I think I have that screen share? Searching? Look at that. You guys, I started watching this really cool video talking about this iconicity thing that we're talking about. Ugh, we haven't even gotten into Bubakiki. Don't look. Don't look. For the love of God, don't look. Daywalkers. We haven't talked about Bubakiki. It's crazy. Daywalker is a type of vampire, half vampire. No, but there was a movie. Daywalker movie. Yeah, 2009. Look, it's Ethan Hawke. Listen, you guys, I am a pop culture dictionary, encyclopedia. I'm not. That's a lie. I just happen to really like Ethan Hawke. It's weird. This was a weird film. I think I'm going to suggest that y'all go watch that. Just whenever you have a chance. We got Blade. Ginger Kids equals Daywalkers. What? No, surely not. That's what South Park says. So if someone uses a stage name, is that potentially to cause less dissonance between physical and name? I mean, potentially. I doubt that people are doing that on purpose. But I think it's a deliberate... I think if anything, it would be more to cause distance from your original name that you maybe don't identify with, right? So if there's not a whole lot of name congruency there, which would cause this dissonance that you're referring to, they talk about that a little bit in some of the literature around this, in that lots of people, if they don't necessarily know this, but if there's low name congruency, you can always go by a nickname or a shortened version of your name. So Michael's go by Mike's, James's go by Jim's, Joseph's goes by Joe's. These are all like white man names, but you know what I mean? Like, I've known Abdullahs that go by Dullah. I've known, I'm trying to think of other, like Kevin's go by Kev. It's just a thing. My friend Ethan looks like an Ethan. Does he look like Ethan Hawke? Can I meet this person? Jeez. Ginger kids can't walk during the day. Well, I guess that's kind of, they are more solar, like, sensitive to photosensitive. That's the science word. Photosensitive. The paler you are, the less melanin that you have in your skin, the more photosensitive you are. And generally... gingers and blondes were more sensitive to the sun, which is why a girl wears, read it, SPF 50. La Roche-Posay. Très français. Wear your sunscreen, peeps. This is just PSA. Wear your sunscreen. Yeah. Nanners is a nickname from my name, exactly, because my name is hard to say backwards. Here's the other thing is, lots of this will come from, there's a sensory modality effect of this that is, I didn't get to the bottom of it because that video that I just pulled up in my sharing screen I was in the middle of watching it as I was like jankily doing my eyeliner getting ready for this because it was running late. Anyways, part of why we think that we associate certain looks of things, people included, with certain words or sounds can come both from the way that the word looks written out, or the shape that your mouth makes, or the phonetic kind of sense of it. And these are housed in two different areas of your brain. There's the fusiform gyrus, some people call it, fusiform gyrus, fusiform face area, it's sometimes known as, which is going to be the area that's, looking after, as the name suggests, recognition of faces. And there's actually people that have these like rare disorders where that will get that part won't get damaged, but the link from that part to like an emotional kind of node in the brain, if you will. I can't remember what actual area it is, and that's like kind of a broad strokes thing, but if that connection between the facial recognition and the emotional like attachment sort of area of your brain gets disconnected, these are very rare disorders, those people recognize their mother's face, for example, but are like, you look like my mom, but you're not my mom. Even if it is their actual mother. There's like a thing where they can see that person has the facial features, but doesn't have the emotional association, which is absolutely wild. This is like very limited, like case research. But if that same person talks to their mother on the phone, they won't have any such, dissonance there. They won't be suspicious of that person. They'll recognize mom's voice and be like, oh, hey mom, I just saw this lady that looked like you, but it wasn't you. Fucking bizarre. And that suggests that there is something specifically visual that contributes to our kind of, I guess, not valence, our like the weight that person has, the emotional gravitas. I'm not good at getting my words under me right now, but suffice it to, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm behind on chat. Stretch does it all the time. Who's Stretch? Stretch? Should I know who Stretch is? Yes, I go by my middle name because my first name is uncomfortable and highly gendered. See, and that's something that I'm very interested in, which, of course, there's not a lot of data. I couldn't find any data on this. Granted, I didn't look that hard, so there might be. But these kind of more less gendered names in Western culture, like the shortened version of Alexandra or Alexander just being Alex. I used to really want to, this is just like a side Alicia anecdote, I used to desperately want a gender neutral name when I was a kid. I wanted a name that could be like a boy's name too. So I guess like my mom calls me Al, but that is a boy's name. I wanted one that could be both a boy's and a girl's name. This is like back before people even talked about gender, so that's the only conceptualization that 8-year-old Alicia had. But like I really wanted to be named Morticia as like an 8-year-old and go by Mort. What? I know that that's not gender neutral, but Alicia at 8 years old didn't care. She was like, I want to go by Mort or Morty. I'm like, what? Can you imagine? Oh, why? Why am I like that? Okies, I'm back. Welcome back, Krista. How was your dinner? What did you have for dinner? Tell me all about it. I haven't had dinner yet. I should drink more of my tea. Tell me about your dinner. I'm going to read this chat and drink this tea and just sit back, take a breather here. He's got dark hair and burnt umber eyes and an olive-ish tone to his skin. I feel like I'm reading like a Stephanie Meyer novel here. Burnt umber. Ochre. I didn't mean that shadily. I meant that like with the highest praise, by the way. You're quite the wordsmith here. Could have said burnt umber. Could have said brown or like light brown or whatever. Stretch is another friend. I've met Alexes that are just Alex, not Alexandra. Yeah, exactly. And it's something where previous generations, like my generation and older, would be like, oh, is Alex short for Alexander or Alexandra? And, would look at the stereotypical gender presentation of the person and make an assumption about that. And now I think people are just like going by Alex, and it's being more kind of like degendered in a way, which is really cool, but it's something that's happening like right now. So it's hard to study. And also people aren't really motivated to study it yet. We've just started in granting of preclinical research, which of course doesn't have gender because animals don't have the social construct of gender. They didn't fuck up and do that. Anyways. So in preclinical research now, when you're writing grants, you absolutely have to include both sexes of animals if you're using like any higher enough order animal that it would have a sex. And if you don't, you have to have a specific explanation why, because like it's 2023. Why are we not using male and female mice? For the longest time, there was this whole kind of like heuristic thought in the science culture that females were more variable because they have, they cycle, right? So like a mouse reproductive cycle, a mouse, what am I talking about? Estrus cycle. Jesus Christ. The words are coming real slow today, y'all. A mouse estrus cycle is 4 or 5 days, as is a rat's. And their gestation period, how long they're pregnant for before they give birth, is only 3 weeks, right? So I forget why I was talking about that. I completely blank. Like, you guys, I'm just gonna sit back for a sec. I'm just gonna drink my tea. I've used all my brain power today talking about chi-square tests. I honestly always wanted to be a Jason, but alas, I got stuck with the one I got. I think, I've talked about a lot of names, but I think I talked about a name that someone has here. I don't think, no, I haven't, never mind. Technically, mine is used for all genders. That's true, but that's also cultural. So Lindsay is technically a both gender or gender neutral name, I guess. But like we all think of, because of cultural schemas and stuff, we think of Lindsay Lohans. We think of, trying to think of other ones that are like, I've actually dated 2 male Lindsays. Isn't that weird? And maybe that's a thing. I started talking about this before, about like, I have friends that have like unusual names, like not common names. And those are my weirdest friends. And I know that that's just like anecdotal, like self-confirmatory bias, probably, saturated information. But it is in alignment with a lot of the research that we've kind of been talking about here. Redeem Stick the sticker. Exciting. Okay, let me catch up on chat and then we'll do a sticker. I want to give it the attention it deserves. I don't want to rush the sticker. I had a chicken stir fry with white rice. What kind of stir fry sauce you got on there? Tell me about the stir fry sauce. Was it teriyaki? Was it honey garlic? Was it ginger? Tell me everything. I hope it was ginger. Ginger's my favorite. I say that because he has very pretty brown eyes. I love that. But they're darker brown, like an umber. I thought umber... No, I was mixing up umber and ochre. I'm not an artist, you guys. Kelsey Grammer. Kelsey, that's the other one I was thinking of. Thank you. Yes. Kelsey Grammer. First of all, love the man. Frasier is one of my favorite shows on planet Earth. If you do not like Frasier, I do not like you. No, that's a lie. I know lots of people don't like Frasier. It's not a very, like, it was a popular show, but like when I say I like Frasier, people are like, really? I'm like, abso-fucking-lutely. I have favorite episodes. I've watched the entire series front to back. No problem. Leslie. Leslie. Okay. But think of, what was his name? Dougie Licious. If you're listening, remind me, Leslie that just died. Gay. He was on Will and Grace. Fuck, what's its name? Someone help me out here. You know who I'm talking about. Leslie something. Anyways, he goes by Les, but it's a Leslie. Yeah, exactly. He has many traditional English male names that have common American female names, such as Meredith. Meredith? I only know that as a female gendered name. That's really interesting. It was orange ginger with spinach, Brussels sprouts, carrots, and green onion and mushrooms. Other than the mushrooms, I'm on board. That sounds delicious. And chicken. I've been pretty good at being vegetarian recently. One of my roommates is vegetarian, so it makes it easier. We had vegetarian burgers last night while we watched Twister. It was awesome. Every time I meet someone with my name, I want to do the Highlander thing and yell, there can only be one. I think you've said this before in chat, and I absolutely love it. I've told the story of the other Alicia, but both the Alicia that I know from high school and me are blonde, blue-eyed, kind of floozy, party people. But she was kind of like a bit of an airhead. I didn't like it. I was like, you're giving me a bad name. Because I was kind of like a shrewd bit of a bitch. Kind of was. LOL, was. No, I'm a very nice person, okay? Every time, no, I already read that one. I have a very common name. I think, here's the other thing. Generationally, things wax and wane, right? Like now names like Edith and stuff like that are popular again. That used to be an old lady name to me. Leslie Mann? No, Leslie Mann is a woman, is she not? I think Leslie Mann is a woman. Oh, you guys, I'm just going to look it up. We're going to look it up together. Did I ever tell you about Lesser Shannon? It was a whole thing in my friend group for a bit. You called this person Lesser Shannon? I want you to tell me about it. But we're going to look up this Leslie that I was talking about. Leslie. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. I'm just going to type Leslie Gay. Did you guys see what I just typed? I can't type. Leslie Nielsen? No. Leslie Nielsen? No. Fuck. This is a Leslie, though, and it's a man. Leslie Gay. There he is. Leslie Jordan. Thank you. This guy. Do you see how effective that was? Keywords. I'm telling you, keywords. Anyways, yes. Leslie Jordan. Leslie Gay. Look at this guy. His name's actually Leslie Gay. Anyways, Leslie Jordan. Fucking king. We've just listed like 3 Leslies. I had an aunt named Leslie. The more you repeat it, the weirder it sounds. Leslie. Anyways, okay, Shannon, while you're typing out, you guys, I have more stickers. I've accumulated more stickers, or just found some because I was kind of like tidying recently. In finding that, my best friend, when I was back home, gave me all these bug tattoos, like temporary tattoos that are like a housefly. Who would want that? Me is the answer. Should we do a temporary tattoo? I find this really funny, okay? So guys, look, it's just a dead ass a housefly. Hold on. Am I doing the thing? Am I an influencer? Fuck. This is difficult. Go. Ugh. Whatever. You guys know what a fly looks like. Anyways, Carly and I, there was a housefly that was caught in her dad's house when we were living together, and it was the winter time, and we knew it was the same fly, and Carly's dad named the fly Daryl, and we didn't kill it. We just like let it live for as long as it lived, and now every fly that we ever see, like a housefly, is named a Daryl. So I literally will call it a Daryl to like Hoon and stuff, because that's the only people I talk to. People. That's a real fly. Is that a real fly? No, it's a temporary tattoo. Ugh. Guys, why is this so bad? Why is autofocus not... Ugh. Ugh. I hate this. It's not a real fly. It's a temporary tattoo. But can you imagine? Get a little barbed wire just interspersed with flies. So cute. Yes, do a tattoo. She was dating someone and literally referred to it as Lesser Shannon by everyone because she was kind of an ass and annoyed everyone to the point that her and I were the only in the same room 4 times in the year she dated my friend. Zoinks. If the friend group doesn't like you so much that they call you Lesser Shannon, like, leave. This is probably not great. She was mean as hell, so she was Lesser Shannon and I was Shannon, or Greater Shannon. I like that. I like that a lot. Do the Daryl tattoo. Okay. Well, so I'll give you that as like a bonus, but we're still going to stick a sticker. Also, there was just a noise in my kitchen and I have no idea where it came from because Hoon and I are in here and we're alone. Okay. So I've got a couple of like little baby ones, which if you wanted to select more than one baby one, I would let you. I think Carly gave me these. There's these little fruits. I don't know what type of fruit. And then there's this, I think it's a llama, some kind. Very cute and a very tiny little sprout. I will do the Daryl. Hold on. There's so many Daryls. Like, Who wants one of these, let alone several? And ants? Damn it. Oh, it's funny. It's very, very funny. I swear to God, I found more of these recently. You guys, I'm losing my mind. Did I not put them in here? Nope. I don't know where they are. I found a bunch of new ones the other day. Okay, well, we're gonna do the rapid run through then. You know the drill. You know the drill. It was Daryl in your kitchen. Yeah, it was Daryl. Do the Daryl tattoo. Do it. Carrot Top King. Carrot Top King, hi. Hi, welcome in. First time chat. I'm Neuralicia. Right now we're doing Stick the Sticker because Nanners did a Stick the Sticker channel point redemption. But usually we're talking about science. And when I say usually, I mean approximately half the time. Okay, so science sticker. I thought that I had stuck it to my other water bottle. Apparently I haven't. I had the intention to. Maybe I was, I'm waiting for someone to pick that one. Vibes. This is a Risto Rock little alien dude thing. Shark. I don't know what the Christ this is. Some sort of sloth? Yeah, it's a sloth, I think. Witch at work. Vibes. You want vibes? Did you pick vibes? You picked vibes. Okay. All right. We're going vibes. Okay, this is actually good because my other Bristow sticker is on my other water bottle because we did that as channel point redemption. I believe it might have been yours. Guys, we don't have a whole lot of real estate. Should I stick over something? Can't stick over the water bottle. How will I know that this is my water bottle if I don't have my water bottle sticker visible? I don't want to stick over cool too much because I think cool is cool. Where else can I put it? Ooh. This is, ooh, Nanners. Oh, Nanners. It's my fucking Amazon schlup, what do they call these things? It's an e-reader, but there's like a branded name for it, and I can't remember what it is. Anyways, she's naked. She's naked. Can you imagine? Oh, if the colors go, I'm gonna put it on here. Yeah, I have a sticker problem. You're a sticker enabler. Yes, good. I spread it like wildfire. Stickers are such a cheap and fun and nice way to just enjoy life. Like, I'm so broke that like stickers are the only thing that I can afford that brings me joy, and they give them out for free in lots of places, right? So, science made the emo for you, Risto. No, those were Pixel Cuts. You can do another shout out to Pixel Cuts if you want. Here it is. Look at how hollow just the back is. This is just the back. It's such a good sticker, Risto. I love it. Okay, I'm gonna try and get it centered. So, hold on. Oh God. Let me try and give you guys. I'm gonna try and give you guys the view. Oh yeah. Vibes. All right. Here's the most satisfying part. Get it all stuck down. You guys, I'm terrible at doing things like on camera centered. Everything's the opposite way. Look at that. It's so cute. It's yellow. I love it. I just reminded myself that I talked about this earlier. Thank you for redeeming those channel points, Nanners. If anybody else is interested, I think it's 2,000 channel points, and you get to stick the sticker. So, and you get to choose the sticker. You don't get to choose where because there's only so many places that I can put them. I'm trying to make it places that I can show you. So like I could put stickers on my computer, but like how would I show you my computer? I don't have a second camera. I do have a second camera, I just don't have it here. Anyways, oh, science has done a ton. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the rat one that Risto just put in the chat, but yes, science has done a bunch. There we go. 'Tis 2,000 points. That's so cool. Yeah. Well, science does like Whack-'em Wednesday every Wednesday with this little like tab. I was actually talking to him. Anyways, I don't want to forget. guys. Hold on. Check these out. Oh, look at them. That is a platform rainbow croc, folks. For those playing the home game, platform, a rainbow croc. Anyways, they're so cheap. You guys are like, why are you buying new fucking ugly croc shoes when you're so fucking self-proclaimedly broke? Well, first of all, it was before I had to take my dog to the vet for $500. And second of all, they were so cheap. And they were brand new. And I was like, sweet, I've been wanting Crocs since the dawn of Croc time. And I just never did it. And now I've done it. Anyways, Crocs in sport mode. Shit, okay. Now, what's the beef with sports in Croc mode? Sports in Croc mode. What's wrong with me? Pixel Cups made these and the Risto logo. Those are so dope. Thank you. I really like them. They're right. I love them. Like, high key. I think, like, I don't think I can be, like, fully in frame here, but here, let's just get that out of the way. Just, like, you know, for a little, it looks cool, because they're still black, but then they have a rainbow platform. Anyways, sports in Croc mode. I don't know what's wrong with me. By the way, I left you some messages in Discord to read after stream. You're all set. You're the best. What a lovely fit. This was from the children's section. And it's got the little, like, it's like child sport. And it's got these little ruffled edges. I love it. And then I'm just wearing leggings because when I go to the lab, I have to wear full-length pants because lab safety, and closed-toed shoes. Thus, Crocs. Yeah. So, can't wear shorts and it's like 1,000 degrees, so leggings it is. What are you doing that you need them in sport mode? Fast as fuck, boy. I don't know. They kind of feel like they're so light that they feel like they're gonna fly off if I don't have them in sport mode. Plus, I also, listen, let's dive in a little deeper here. I get more of the rainbow effect, you see? Right here? This is unhinged stuff. People come for science, and I give them this. This is kind of science. This is kinesiology. Look at this bend. This range of motion. Anyways, I get the rainbow. Double rainbow. If it's like here, I don't know. I feel like it's just better. It's just better. Best as fuck, boy. Clip. For all the folks into Croc feet. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, damn it. I forgot that the internet's the internet. Oh, well. You're welcome to whatever foot weirdo, whatever you're into. I'm wearing Amazon socks and platform Crocs. Amazon socks, platform Crocs. That's who she is. Deal with it. Can you imagine? For new people to the stream, they roll into the stream and I'm like putting on Daryl tattoos, which I'm about to do. I'm putting on Daryl tattoos and showing off platform Crocs. It says like, come learn about the science of names. And I'm like, not today, bitch. I have very little water in my water bottle. New channel tagline. Yeah. You know what? I think that's part of the fun, though, is you might learn something, but you'll definitely question your life choices and being here. Come for the self-reflection and existential dread, but stay for the science. Risto, thank you for clipping that thank you / damn you. Honestly, no, thank you. I'm fine with it. Guys, I think this Daryl tattoo is gonna be sick. Should I put 2 Daryls? Or should I do, Balint! There's ants. Balint might be streaming right now, so, he might not respond to me, but there's ants. I should do some ants. I think I should do some ants. You guys, Should I do a bug sleeve? Oh, look at it. Oh. Technically, I'm new, but this level of chaos feels comfortable. I don't know if that says something about you or me or both, but either way, I like it. And I think we should do a bug sleeve. I even got the part where you lift your foot up and you're like, people come for the sides, and I give them this. That's an immaculate clip. Thank you. Thank you for the attention to detail. Look at this supersized Daryl. Oh, guys, it's all coming together. We're going to do a pause on the science, and I'm going to strategize this bug sleeve. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and like want to go out in society and do things and walk out with a sleeve of temporary tattoos of bugs. I can't stop laughing. Look at it. It's so preposterous. Look at it. It looks like just a fly landed on me. This is so funny. Okay, bug sleeve sounds great. Listen, I gotta get these beetles and spiders. Sorry if anyone's arachnophobic or bug phobic or whatever, but you wanna know what? We love bugs around here. I have to go get scissors because I gotta break these bad boys up. I can't put them on together like that. There's gotta be a crawly vibe. So you know what? Just boom. Ezra Pizza, I just arrived and that tattoo is hilarious. Thank you, Ezra. And hey, hi, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a long time. Nice to see you. Pause 1 sec. I'm going to go get some scissors. And I'm fast as fuck, boy. See how fast I was? If I did not have my Crocs in sports and croc mode, I wouldn't have been able to do that. And yes, I did run with the scissors because they're not sizzed yet. I kind of trotted. I didn't really run. Don't run with scissors, folks. What's happening? Oh boy. Look at that. I can't stop laughing. I mean, yeah, this is the joy that I hope to spread. Good time zone, everyone. Yeah, good time zone. That's why she needed sport mode, yes. You broke your scissors. It's so that you can clean them. I wish you could do this with lab scissors and it wouldn't like mess them up. I'm gonna keep the ants in a little ant line, you see, because they're not like just... See how shaky I am? That's how much coffee I've had today. Anyways, they made the ants in kind of like a cute little ant lineup, so I'm gonna keep them together. Ooh, look at this wasp. Ooh. I don't know if I like that one. So you were just running with 2 knives instead. You make a fair point. Yeah, you make a fair point. Oh, you guys, this is great. I talked earlier about the fact that my PI like checked out my channel and I hadn't streamed in like a month, so none of my VODs were up except for the one where I go on a rant about my stalker ex-boyfriend to try and give context for people that watched my VOD or my stream where I like yelled at him at the end right as I was rating out. Okay, I think I need to plan this. So, okay guys, how do I do this? Should I tilt this down? Ugh. Okay. So, this is difficult. Doing this is difficult. Doing this is difficult. I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, hydrate. Let's hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. It's cold mint tea. Okay. I'm gonna try and put that here. I'll try and make it so that people can still hear me. So, okay, I think this like little creepy crawly, I don't know, caterpillar? I think that should be a part of it. The lineup of ants I think should go like kind of on a little diagonal, like they're kind of like crawling up, maybe crawling up my tricep because I'm so ripped. Yeah, that's gonna be right there. Okay, this is great. I'm open to suggestions here, guys. Okay, so theoretically, ants are gonna go there. Where should Giant Daryl go? Maybe he'll be part of the Daryl family. Yeah, so Giant Daryl will go there. You have a secondary small Daryl. Here. Put him, yeah, kind of off to the side. Asymmetrical Daryl. Now we've got beetles. I'd really like for this spider to, you know, place prominently here. I think I might not do all of them. I think I'm gonna do just a half sleeve, guys. Okay, yeah. Okay, spider's gonna go there. You know what, spider's actually gonna go a little bit closer to here because I'm going to put beetle, this rhino beetle, I think it's rhinoceros beetle or something. You need a bug expert in here. I'm gonna put this kind of like here. This is gonna... What am I doing? Why am I like this? And then the creepy crawly. Oh yeah. I have this one friend that's really into bugs that she's gonna love this because I'm gonna post this, you know. Try not to bend my arm so I don't like lose the plan. All right. I have to get this really wet. Okay. I swear we'll get back to science after this, but some things just have to be done. Okay. Pull it. Do we need your bug knowledge? Is he streaming right now, Risto? I think he is. Okay. Okay. We're in. Bug knowledge. Bring and use bug knowledge. Hello. Hope you're well. Hey, okay, DK. Long time no see. Hope you are well as well. We're currently doing a bug sleeve because I got a whole bunch of like insect temporary tattoos. And we did a sticker redeem and I kept the temporary tattoos in there. So he's not live currently. Just went live. Ah, I see. Yeah, so we're doing this bug sleeve. I'm hoping I'm getting like good even pressure over this. I'll just leave that there for a minute. Let my ink sink in, you know. I don't have any tattoos on my like upper body front. So this is a first. You guys are checking my fresh ink. Anyways, how have you been, okay, DK? How's life? How are things treating you? How's your summer going? Me, I just lived through marine tornado, which is weird. But then I watched Twister, so that was fun. That movie is bananas. So we can circle back to science. We were talking about science of like names and stuff like that. So we've already talked about how name congruency matters and that like if you look like your name or if someone looks like their name, that conveys a whole bunch of beneficial things generally, and that we have a social schema of what things look like. But am I? Question mark. Good, can't complain too much. Well, I'm glad. You could complain, but you're choosing not to, it seems, which is nice. That's nice of you. Oh God, I clicked a button and something happened. Glad to hear you're well. Hope you enjoyed Italy, question mark, or Ireland, one of the two. Neither. Went to Spain and went to the UK. So kind of near both of those a little bit. Part of Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. But anyways, yes, I'm there too. LOL. Look at these multitasking manses we've got here. Anyways, yeah, we were talking about names and name congruency and stuff like that. And I was actually gonna start with what's called the Bouba-Kiki effect, which is very simply, it's like a study from 1929, something like that. We're doing a bug sleeve. Poor neuro. Poor me. This is gonna look sick. I think I don't want to take it off too soon and ruin anything because some of them are big, so I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it. And I'm going to show you guys a picture. Who's heard of the Bouba-Kiki effect? Has anyone heard of the Bouba-Kiki effect? It's kind of like been going around. Oh, it tells you what they're called. Oh, you guys, it's called a flesh fly. The big Daryl is called a flesh fly. They have names. This is bananas. Where are all my papers? Oh, my papers are on my arm. We're going to find out what these are. We don't even... Sorry, Brilliant. We don't even need you. There's ants. There are going to be ants. It's true. Would a Brian look different than a Brian, or a Caleb look different than a Caleb? These are good questions. I think potentially if they're said differently, you know? So in the case of Brian, I don't think necessarily that it would, but potentially. Good evening. I've heard of the effect. Oh, hey, Corey. Of course you've heard of the effect. I believe that. So I'm going to assume that most of y'all haven't heard of it, and I'm going to pull up my little window, and I'm going to open the thing, and I'm going to hopefully not show you anything that tells you which is which, and I'm going to ask y'all to tell me which of these you think is a booba, and which of these you think is a kiki. I'm just going to shrink myself so I'm not in the way. Which one's a booba, which one's a kiki? Tell me. It's a thing with the dress, but with like names, right? Kind of. Except for the thing with the dress is like a perceptual difference that's like kind of dependent on like what you see most frequently, from what I understand. Right side booba. Nanners weighs in with a right side booba. What do the rest of y'all think? You don't have to participate. It's not like class. But the interesting thing here, right is definitely a booba, left is sharper kiki. Yeah. That's got two people weighed in. Anyways, the rest of y'all are kind of busy. I know that. We don't all have to weigh in. I'm gonna tell you that you're both correct. That the sharper one, the pointier one is a kiki, and the blobbier one is a booba. And this has been a finding that we're familiar with. Thank you, LOL. I can't participate since I can't cheat. Anyways, a splotch and a boom. Okay, but listen, even splotch and boom. Think about that. Look at the what they call, I can't remember what it is. Hold on, I'm going to switch back to chatting and open up a different window because I have notes. I got notes. There is something called the orthographic character of actual letters. So Risto's kind of, I guess, like joking / serious response of a splotch and a boom kind of makes sense because boom, B-O-O-M, is rounder orthographically. The actual letters O, O, B, M are rounder in the mouth. They have a rounder phonetic sound, but the orthography of the actual letters in Roman style lettering, so English and most of the kind of like associated languages, as opposed to like Cyrillic or anything like that, right? There's alignment there. And a splotch has a T, and like the sound is like an onomatopoeia. That's why we think we have onomatopoeia. So the word bang sounds like kind of like a bang, and the word buzz sounds kind of like buzz, right? So we think that that's partially why we have things like onomatopoeia. A sploosh and a bang. Yeah, exactly. So booba is an emote. Is it really? K is all sharp and pointy. B is soft and squishy. So you guys, honestly, this is the very first thing that is a huge criticism of this straight off the hop. So when they first were studying this, people were like, well, yeah, because the round one kind of looks like the letter B and the other one kind of looks like the letter K, like duh. So obviously there's ways to study this, and some of those ways are to not give them a visual test, to go and say to the person, tell me which of these is a booba and which of these is a kiki. Of course, people will have read and learned how to read, so they'll still have the mental part of it, but they won't have the actual word in front of it. So that's one way to kind of disentangle it a little bit, but still confounded, right? The next kind of best way to do it would be to check with other languages that maybe don't even use our same alphabet system, which they've done. Or even places that don't really have written languages they've done this in. Of course, those are like small sample sizes, not necessarily generalizable. But that tells us that it's not all about that. There is certainly aspects of that, but it supersedes that. It crosses cultural boundaries. It goes into like places with like character-based letters like Chinese and Korean and stuff like that, right? So While you guys are making a great point, and a point that is one of the first criticisms that was given to this theory, they have now looked into that to be like, that's a good point. Maybe it is that. One of the best refutations of it, however, is that I think children as young as 2 who do not know how to read yet, if they're sat there and they're given words like booba or blooba, like, words that are kind of like similarly like that, and asked to name shapes that are kind of similarly pointy or not pointy, and also like ambiguous shapes in between and stuff like that, they show this very, very strong Bouba-Kiki effect, which is exactly what we're just describing. So this Bouba-Kiki effect is cross-cultural, it's cross-languages, it's, all of these things. And yeah, NeuroDaddy, I love that. It's across all those things, and that was actually, I started watching that video and didn't get to finish it, and they were going to talk about iconography, which is that there are some like shapes. You guys, I think it's time to pause the science and reveal the sleeve. All right. Ooh, yeah, baby. Look at all this. Look at all these names. There's names. Okay. This is the flesh fly. These are all flesh flies. Look at the big Daryl. No, that's not big Daryl. That's just another small Daryl. But it's bigger than the initial small Daryl. What is this called? We'll read it afterwards. A human botfly. Big Daryl is a human botfly. Cool. And then we've got here, giant stag beetle. These are coming out real nice, you guys. Jacked. This is, a magnolia green jumpa. A jumping spider. Jumping spiders are really cute. Sweetie, can you not do that? That's how the sheets get holes. Thank you. And we've got, that's a good reveal. Guys, check this out. That just looks badass. Look at all this. This is a buck moth caterpillar. Doogies. Yeah, we can do another hoon attention, but she's been feeling sick lately, so I don't want to disturb her too much. And there's my ants. These are red velvet ants. Do it taste like red velvet? They're like cake ants? Those are for you, Bullet. These are your ants. I don't know how to do this. Look at that. Oh, those are sick. Red velvet? Nifty. Oh yeah, you guys can see her. I don't want to point it too much that way because I didn't. As you can see, my background isn't pink like it should be because your girl ran out of time. Hi, baby. You're panting. Do you need water? She might need water. I'm just going to quickly put my scissors away and check on Hoon's water. Do you have water, baby? You do. She does have water. Everything's fine. So yeah, there it is. There's my bug half sleeve. You guys, it took me so long to get my last temporary tattoo off. So hopefully these don't last quite that long. Actually, I don't really care. I do have a conference next Friday, so maybe before then, because it's gonna be like hot. So I'm gonna be wearing like sleeveless, right? Anyways, you guys, we were talking about names and we were talking about Bouba-Kiki, and I didn't get that deep into, the kind of reasoning necessarily behind the Bouba-Kiki effect, but we know that the Bouba-Kiki effect is related to naming convention because we associate those sounds and that visual form with those shapes, right? So there's kind of this cross modality, that what they call it. Etymology is fun. So etymology is the origin of words, I believe, is the science of the origin of words. So etymologically speaking, this is a little bit less etymology, I guess, and kind of like reverse etymology. So like, not how did we get the word booba and did it come from things that are booba-ish, but why we use the word booba to describe a specific shape and not another shape, preferentially. And keep in mind, this isn't a black and white in every situation. This is just like vast majority. It's a very strong effect. And there's very rare cases of languages that don't. I think there was 2 out of like 25 languages that they looked at in the study that I was examining that didn't preferentially show the bubakiki. But kick-ass buggy sleeve Risto, Clipmaster Risto in the house. Thank you. So there's this cross-modality recognition mechanisms in our brain. So there's like parts of our brain that are going to recognize the shapes of things, and then there's parts of our brain visually, obviously, right? You can look at like cylindrical without hearing. You can't hear cylinder. Do you know what I mean? So there's some that are modality specific, and there's some where we've kind of entwined those things, and this is in like naming things. We've associated both a visual stimuli with something, the actual word itself, but the sound of that word, right? With a specific thing, and we've decided to call it that, right? Is it like why mother, mum, mama seems to mean the same thing across cultures? Well, that's a good point, and honestly one that I didn't really think of, but I think that that's actually a really good point. So like, I think you're probably referring to the theory that we have words like mum and dada and stuff like that because those phonetic clip sounds are easy. They're kind of like the first natural ones for your mouth to be able to make because they don't require like an English hard R. That's a hard tongue shape to make, which is why usually children have trouble making that sound, across time, right? So like when kids are young, they'll be like, I don't know, what's one of the words that they like have trouble with the R's? They'll be like awa, instead of R. Anyways, papa, baba, dada for fathers. Yeah, exactly. My kid did ba for everything. Yeah, because you think about it, so that's like, I think in linguistics they call it like plosion. Anything that requires your like to forcefully exit, like ba and pa. You couldn't do that if you couldn't make the, you have to do like a plosive, I think it's a plosive sound or something like that. Whereas there's other sounds that are more about like diphthongs, I think is what they're called. I am not a linguist, you guys. But if you're ever interested in looking at linguistic stuff, there's this amazing vocal coach, I think, like a linguistic coach that like does stuff for like languages, accent coach kind of thing. And the YouTube videos that he's in are just fucking wild. I'll just like put this one. This is really interesting. Stop. He goes through like all the major languages of the United States and North America and Canada and stuff like that. Diphthongs are combination sounds, I think. There's something, oops. Can I put, oh, this is the wrong thing. It's not gonna let me do that. Hold on. I'm gonna put a link in my own chat. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Am I gonna be able to? Yeah. Okay. So that's just one of this person's YouTube videos, but like there's like, in the Indian accent, like a stereotypical one where they're like, doctor, father. It's like there's something to do with like the flick of the tongue that causes that sound to have that quality, even when it's referred to in the same like letter if they're speaking like our language rather than their own language. And it's because that's something that's, kind of curated into their language. But universally, the m and the b are something that's just a natural byproduct of testing out various sounds. So they're the easier ones to make when you don't have mastery of your tongue yet. That's what she said. Do you have mastery of your tongue yet, Daddy? Why did I say that? Why am I like this? Who said that? What the fuck is wrong with me? Ayo! I'm going to lurk. It's been lots of fun. I'm so glad I caught this bit of your stream, Neuralicia. Thank you so much for being here, Kitefish. I really, really, really appreciate your contributions and questions and comments and I think you identified which type of cracker you were. You were one of the people that participated in cracker identification. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. I hope I see you again. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for the lurk. Amazing. Ayo. Yeah. Muse Clues pipes up to do like a whole bunch of gift subs and one Neuro Daddy when I make a dirty joke. Oh, Muse. Oh, I love you. Ma'am, I have a lisp. Heard that from an ortho appointment. Words are hard. Do you have a lisp? Do you really? I don't think you do. Do you have a new lisp? Have I just not spoken to you since you've developed your lisp? I mean, like, everybody has a little bit of lisp. We talked a bit about this when we talked about gay voice. Like, the, like, hello, let's get mimosas. And that there's a little bit of a lisping quality to gay voice in Western culture specifically, right? In mainly Anglo language. What is this? It's a tort. I can't remember what that name of that Pokemon is, but it's a turtle Pokemon just blowing his lid. Anyways, lisps are common, and there's something that like people say is maybe like something that should get trained out, but really isn't that problematic. Like, it's something that I think has been associated with something that's not desirable in the same way that we rag on people for doing upspeak and vocal fry, you know, like the Kardashian speak. People rag on that, but keep in mind that that's the white cis het male world telling us that those things are undesirable, right? So having a lisp, having vocal fry, doing upspeak, or any of these things is something that is a social adaptation and a social signifier, right? So a lot of, you know, gay men speak in gay voice as a way to signify that when maybe they don't present as stereotypically gay. So sometimes it's like an inclusion factor thing and they do it deliberately, sometimes partially deliberately. I speak very differently here to my friends, to my father, to my mother, in different situations, if I'm being like rowdy, if I'm being scientific, if I'm giving a talk, blah, 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 right? So, I don't know. We kind of got like into that Tor Cole swinging a whip. A whip? It's because I have a tongue tie. Oh, you have what is that? Is that your frenulum? I think anything that's like, guys have frenulum, well, penis havers have frenuli. Is that the plural of frenulum? Anyways, I think those are on dicks too. I think I got them here and on dicks too. Anyways, if I say words that are not normal, people don't like that. What do you mean, words that are not normal? Not like offensive words. No words that we wouldn't use here, I presume. Warning. Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna pour myself a little bit more tea. And it's not very warm, but I'm actually kind of okay with that. I'm trying to, let's all hydrate, folks. Oh yeah, I told you guys about the button, right? Who has a button?
Play.
We're not doing that, but this button says play. And I'm gonna try and get her to talk like Bunny the talking dog. Words that are not typically used, like eccentric. So like, I get tagged for that sometimes too. Like precipitous was in the manuscript that I was working on today, that my boss mainly composed. And I was like, precipitous, nice. Like we were talking about a precipitous decline. And when I use, oh, I don't want moisture on things here. Sorry, I'm gonna put my stickers back in the bag. Thinking in non-common zones always cause me grief. Yeah, I mean, unless I meet someone that is cool and they're like, oh yeah, totally. Well, here's the thing. I think this is like kind of getting into like linguistic like theory and stuff like that. And I don't know that there's necessarily a way to prove or study this super well one way or another. But we use language as codes. Like we talk about code switching. we use these things as signifiers of what we want to project to people, right? So we use, jargon or, intellectual speak to signify that, we're intellectual. That's something that I'm very guilty of, right? I do that a lot. And it's because smart is very much something that I have, that's one of the few things that I truly think is a core part of my identity that I value highly, is intellect. And I don't mean to be I'm so smart, but I mean that to say I am someone that values information sharing, information communication. I have a curious mind and that sort of stuff. So that's something that I think is really, at the forefront, but also being colloquial, right? Being no cap fam, or whatever cool kids say, is a signifier of youth, right? So there's something about an in-crowd, out-crowd participation aspect of it that I think is kind of important. Say I tell people I'm a hacker. They assume I'm a bad person, but they're uneducated about hacker culture. Yeah. And I mean, it's the same with furries. People assume that furries have a kink. Most of the time it has nothing to do with sex. From what I've heard, in hacker culture, internet piracy culture is against the rules to sell stuff that you pirated, for example, and people assume we're greedy. Even pirates of the 1600s had democratic voting. LOL. Well, and it's one of those things where people can get in defense mode about their culture, right? Or gatekeepy about their culture. That happens a lot. They're are you a real fan of this band? Are you an actual goth culture? People be gatekeeping goth culture all the fucking kind of time. Furries, no, hard pass. I mean, I'm not here to kink shame, but go off with your bad self. Some of those costumes looks cool. It's just cosplay that isn't characters that already exist. That's mainly what it is, I think they're relatively misunderstood. No cap fam, that's lit, yo, for real, bussin'. Hello, fellow kids. Yeah, exactly. This Steve Buscemi thing. And customer service voice. We all know people that have customer service voice, right? I don't know, you get on the phone, you're hi, can I talk to blah, blah, blah? That's just a thing. Code switching is the thing. It's an adaptive mechanism socially, right? I feel the culture of bad hackers exists, but there's a mainstream media that tells everyone the majority, but the actual majority is white hats. Yeah, and I mean, that, chalk that up to culture, right, and representation, and the frustration that you feel as someone that identifies as a hacker, or is a hacker, whatever you want to say, being misrepresented. It's just a fraction of the type of misrepresentation that, or lack of representation that people have in other races, in other cultures that are imagine being a Muslim person in the last 20 fucking years. Jesus Christ, people can call you terrorists. Imagine being someone that's Jewish and having that stereotype and anti-Semitism pointed at you, even if you don't look racially Jewish, if there is such a thing, right? So I think it's really, interesting. It's an interesting study for myself when I think about things like counterculture, goth or alt music culture, and how one of the Kardashians is very into that because she's dating one of the members of Blink-182, which I'm now it's becoming popular for them to wear band t-shirts, oversized, blah blah blah, and I'm these are the girls that fucking picked on us in high school, that were fucking loser, weirdo goth, and made fun of us for this very thing, and then they're appropriating this culture. And that's me, poor little white girl, being they're appropriating my goth alt culture. Mwah. So I try and use that as a way to zoom out and be that tiny bit of frustration that I have amongst all of my privilege is only a fraction of what people are experiencing when they get a crumb of representation, the Black Little Mermaid, and people fucking throwing fucking shit fits about that. Holy Jesus, right? A crumb of representation, and you're getting hate along with it. Or gay representation, bisexual representation. They kill every bisexual character that ever fucking exists. Who's dating and JK, they can fuck off. I don't want to talk about it. Whoa, sorry, I got behind. Yeah, furries have an unnecessarily bad name. Yeah, no furrows trigger an uncanny valley vibes with me. Yeah, so I mean, mascotting, the actual things, that doesn't do it for me. It's cool and for that, you know, and if it's triggering for certain people, I mean, that's your own thing. But, I mean, it's pretty easily avoidable. Don't go to furry conventions, you know? Great, it's a totally great example. As pizza furries are so cool, mostly to me. And I'm great friends with the community. Oh, really? That's cool. Like, furry/hackers go together and a lot of in-betweening. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Equality is oppression to the privileged. That is a fucking banger. That equality is oppression to the privileged. That hits. That's, dare I say, woke? I don't know. Wokeism is like a whole different ball of things. Skip always the best addition to Bling. JK, don't unfriend me. Don't speak cursed language in my stream, madam. I will banhammer you. No, I won't. But we don't talk about that. That's actually what we call Alkaline 44. That was not Blink-182. There is no Blink-182 without Thomas Matthew DeLong, which is the whitest, like, his age person name, Thomas Matthew. LOL. You guys, I want to show you this thing. I want to zoom in on this specifically. Can I zoom on this specifically? Can I only show you this one? Hold on. I'm going to strategically ask you to tell me. I think that this is really cool. Hold on. Oh, I have to do it in a different window. Rex. Can we do this? Or is it on my local thing? I want to show you the pictures of these, like, generated non-actual human faces that they've made that are like what a prototypical, you know, name looks like. And of course, like, they're all white dudes, but I want to ask you, of these 4 white dudes, which one you think is Mark? Like, canonical Mark, because I think it's funny. That's a Bubakiki. Let's open our incognito thingy. Hello. I'm going to do it in a separate tab because I don't want you guys to... Oh, no, you guys are going to see it. I'm so not good at this. Just wait. Oh, nice. It did open the paper. Okay. Now, let's see what you can see when I go here. Okay. This is a cool paper. Can you see when I... Oh, no, I'm not scrolling. Okay. Hold on. Oh, you can see the names. Oh, no. Crap. If you looked, you don't get to participate. But which one of these 4 faces across the bottom, which one of those is Mark? I hope you guys didn't see. Which one's Mark? Who's Mark? Mark is the name of another member of Blink-182, just in case anyone forgot that. He had cancer, but he beat it. He's the bass player. Mark Allen Hoppus. The ugly one. Ooh. The third dude is Mark. Keep in mind that none of these people are real and none of them have actual names, but this is a conglomerate. Like, they asked people on one of those, like, face maker things where you can, like, move eyeballs and all that sort of stuff to make, like, you know, make a Josh, make a Mark, make a Tyler and whatnot. And they found that... Scroll up. I'm gonna reveal it. Look at all this. The third one is a Mark. That's the canonical Mark. This is a Bill. That's a Tim. That's a Jason. Look at Andy's skinny little head. Look at the Justin. Look at the Dan. Future stream topic, loss of facial recognition. You're talking about damage to fusiform face area, I presume. We actually kind of talked a little bit about that earlier, but I don't know if I could fill an entire stream about that, but there is some very interesting... Tom looking a little nefarious. Where's Tom? Oh, yeah, Tom. See, and you want to know what's funny? We've talked about this, I think, on stream before. I can't remember. Yeah, we talked about it on a Vulgar Science quite a while ago. That, like, I have a weird thing for eyebrows. Like... There was, like, a villain character. You know, they code villain characters in cartoons and stuff like that with, like, big sharp eyebrows, like Scar and all that. And my first like crush as a child in like Care Bear's age was the villain character Darkheart. Yeah, we talked about that. Anyways, send to me please and I'll repost. Okay. I'm going to put the citation instead of the actual link. I think this is open access. Yeah. Who do you look like? Evidence of facial stereotypes for... Here we go. Okay, yeah, I'm going to put the link. Oh God, I have too many tabs open, you guys. This is exhausting. Why am I like this? Oh boy. Why am I like this? Please someone tell me. Okay, there's the link to the paper that we were just looking at, which is very, very cool, right? This is a very interesting paper. They also show pictures of actual human beings, and asked which of them was Tim and which of them was Bob, and like, I think by a landslide, they picked, one as Tim and one as Bob. Oops, sorry, I posted a link, my bad. Oh, you were talking about the link to send the link to Risto. I see. Yeah, you have to send them to a mod and they'll put it up. Now, what's this? Was it the link to the thing that I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna stop talking. Anyways, yeah, Corey Campbell. So there was like this interesting research that for this, because I've been researching this topic, like kind of adjacent topics for quite a while, and there was this like kind of really interesting research that was talking about damage to the fusiform face area. Where are we? Hello? Okay, yeah. Brain structure and function. There is a scientist named Ramachandran is his last name. So Ramachandran. Ramachandran. Anyways, so your fusiform gyrus, your fusiform face areas is kind of like just like part of your cortex. So like the more recently evolutionarily developed part of your brain. That is responsible for the recognition of faces. But that's not the only way that we recognize people, right? So we kind of already talked about this. I don't have a lid. Where did I put the lid for that? Oh, it's over there. This is like the area where if you have damage to that, you have what's called face blindness. So like you can look at someone's face and you can like recognize the parts that comprise the face. So like eyes, nose, you can be like, okay, yeah, this is how these go together. You could do a little picture and stuff, but like you don't recognize faces. It's very interesting. It's a very specific thing to happen in an area. So your visual signal goes from your eye to your occipital lobe to your fusiform face area and then to your amygdala. So this is earlier I was talking about this kind of like emotional node in the brain. And you guys know I love to go off about the amygdala and how people are like, it's the seat of emotion and fear in your brain and that's all it does. And it's super simple and straightforward. And it's very much not. So we talked a little bit, actually in Corey Campbell's stream quite a while ago. We talked about a great paper that was looking at central and basolateral amygdala projections. It was really interesting and I absolutely loved it. Check out Corey's stream if you don't already. Yeah, not to make light of it, loss of functionality is super interesting. No, I didn't think you were making light of it at all, but it's super, it's fascinating because there's very infrequently damage to only one area. We don't do those sorts of studies anymore. We used to do these sorts of studies that are called like lesion studies, whatever. And they would be like where you would deliberately ablate or like laser burnout or electrode burnout or do an excitotoxic lesion. So that's going to kill the cells in the area or, some sort of acid in that area. Anyways, either way, you take that area offline, and the only way that you can do this with any sort of precision is to deliberately do that. So in most cases, ethically now, we do this with like if someone's had like an ischemic stroke that's localized mainly to that area, but it's super rare that it's going to obey the actual like functional borders that we've kind of determined based on kind of, imaging science and stuff. So we can't really do that anymore, but insofar as we can kind of approximate that in an animal, which is a whole big debate that we have, you can kind of get at it. The thing is, you can't really ask a mouse if they're recognizing a face, and a face to a mouse has different meaning than it does to a human being. So we can ask if they recognize like parts of things, or, you know, yeah, it's interesting. And I didn't get really deep into that literature, so actually, you know what, I said that I might not be able to fill a whole stream. Maybe I can. Anyway, so there was a study where they used skin conductance. So this is basically when you're under stress of any kind, so fear, pressure, like any of those sorts of things, bodily stress. What happens is your skin, you'll start sweating. And even if it's not super perceptible, your skin conductance will change. So there's like a little bit of like an osmotic thing that happens in your skin in addition to the ability to conduct electricity across it that changes fractionally, and it's measurable. And we use that as a proxy measure for how stressed someone is. So it's called skin conductance. Galvanic skin response is another name for it. Anyway, so they use that for a proxy of mental engagement. I don't know how much of a decent proxy that is, but anyways, in rare disorders, they initially kind of inform these things, like I was saying. So it's a case study, not huge N's, so we can't draw big conclusions, but there's instances where there's damage to the connection between the visual cortex, the occipital lobe in the back of your brain, and the fusiform face area, or between the fusiform face area and the emotional node. But if there's damage to the first one, you know, it's going to have a different effect than the damage to the second one. So basically, recognition and meaning are two different things, right? And they're housed in different areas of the brain. Wild. Anyways, that's the end of my notes. That's all I can tell you about it, because I stopped listening to that podcast and decided to listen to something that was a little bit more, not basic, but more fundamental to the understanding of like naming culture, because that's like a little bit kind of like esoteric branch off of what we're talking about, though it is still related. The link shows AI generated faces each time you refresh what OKDK tried sending. Oh, that's nifty. This person does not exist. I was like, who's this person? Oh, guys, sometimes I just am the way I am. I have to open my notes again. I'm doing electronic notes now so that I can do them anywhere, because I have this on my phone, I have it on my desk at work, I have it here. So here's the other thing that I wanted to branch into that I thought would be an interesting like topic of discussion, and also it's just interesting for me to talk about, and I think kind of related, is how much we look our age, or how much does our age and perception of age play into our identity in the same way that our name does, right? So there's this whole thing. Have you guys heard of like the time traveling hipster picture, where they like found this old like archival picture and they verified that it wasn't doctored or anything, like straight from like a library that had digitized a bunch of like archival newspaper records, and they found this picture of this guy that looks like he doesn't belong there time-wise. He looks like a time traveler, and everyone kind of like shat their asses about it. Let's pull it up. All you have to do is like type in dude in a trench coat and sunglasses. He's wearing, I think, actually, let's just go time. Guys, I can't type. I'm so glad that you can't see. Time traveling hipster. Images. Okay, let's get close at one of these. Let's get bigger. Oh, for fuck's sake. That got smaller. Here we go. Okay, so this guy on the right with the sunglasses on looks like someone from like our timeline. Enhance, right? I mean, I guess I don't know how to enhance. I don't know how to make it bigger. Does that make it bigger? That just makes it bigger for me, and now I can't see jack shit. What do I do? Escape? Oh no. I've lost you guys. Oh god. What do we do? Oh, there it is. I don't know how to run a computer in its most basic form. How am I a streamer? I don't know. I really don't know. Anyways, so everyone was like, oh, whoa, this guy looks like he's from right now. And this is actually in Canada. This picture was taken. It was like the opening of some bridge in Ontario. Anyways, everyone like flipped out, right? But the idea is, I guess, in this case, that this person, that's not unheard of. They're not wearing like a silkscreen band t-shirt. They're wearing like a local team's, like minor league hockey team t-shirt, and wearing like a cardigan that was like completely something in the 50s or whenever, pardon me, that was. And sunglasses were very much a thing. And the camera that he's holding is like contemporary to the times. But because, by contrast, if you like think back to the picture, everyone else is dressed really formally. So he was exceptional in relative terms, which kind of relates to, I guess, this idea about like age being relative and stuff like that. And like as we get older, time tends to feel like it goes faster, which is something that gives me existential dread, but is also something that's like kind of quantifiable, right? Because we talk about like our ability to be precise with time and how it kind of exponentially gets poorer, our ability to approximate time without other cues. So theoretically, if you were in a black room with no like sound and light and stuff like that and didn't go insane, if I told you to, snap your fingers in 1 minute, you would probably be able to do that with pretty decent accuracy. But if I told you to do it in a year from now, you'd probably be off significantly. If I asked you to do it 10 years from now, you'd be way off, right? So like time and our precision in our perception of time is very relative to the proximity to now, which sounds very like, wow, well, time perception is relative to the proximity. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, like where did the year go? Tomorrow is July 15th. It's more than half the year. So, okay, DK, I gotta head out. I'm glad I stopped by though. Have a good weekend, Alicia and chat. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, DK, it was really nice to see you. I'm back to regularly scheduled programming as long as my dog doesn't explode. Next Friday, I'm supposed to go to a conference, so I might not be here next Friday, but I'm going to try and do it on a different day. Anyway, I might just not go to the conference. Only goes till 6, but then there's wine and cheese and hobnobbing and all that shit. Anyways, it was a study in isolation, I think. Oh, I missed something. Did you see the lady that was underground for 500 days and she thought she had no idea it was time to come out? What do you mean? What? Give me more information. It was a study in isolation, I think. Have a good one. Laters. Wait. Oh, I see. I was like, Risto, you're leaving too? I get it. You were responding to him saying later to you. I'm conferenced out personally. Yeah, honestly, I'm supposed to not go to another one until SFN, but my roommate is going to this circuitry one. And she's like, you should ask Jeff to, send you. And I'm like, I don't know if he'll send me. Like, I'm not presenting anything. She's like, I'm not either. It's only like $250 to go to. And she's like, I don't want to go alone. And I was like, okay, cool. So I asked my boss, and he was in good humor today because we were working on that manuscript. So he said yes. So I guess I'm going to this conference, which is good though, because I'm scouting for postdocs, and there's someone that's going to be there that I had actually like found on Twitter recently. And I was like, oh, you're kind of doing like a nice blend of the type of research that I'm interested in. Anyways, so yeah, she thought she was only under for 100 days and they brought her out. She was confused and she was underground for 500 days. Yeah, without circadian rhythms, we actually have, there's something, I can't remember if it's called circadian drift or something, but we say that like our natural circadian cycle is 24 hours and that's why we came up with a 24-hour clock, but that's just not true. It's kind of true, but it's determined by the sun, right? Like we did that because the first iteration, we think evolutionarily, of man was very close to the equator in Central Africa or that part of Asia that's along the equator. Those are the two main theories of, to my knowledge, I am not an archaeologist by any stretch of the imagination. I took an archaeology course and I aced it, but this was also like 10 years ago. So big grain of salt here. But there's two major theories of where man evolved from. One is Asia, one is Africa, and I think they actually might not be mutually exclusive. Anyways, but suffice it to say, the way that we think circadian clocks evolved is from the fact that first hominids were closer to the equator, so their like 12-12 light cycle was pretty reliable. It didn't change a whole lot with the tilt of the axis of the earth, so like your brain just kind of approximates these things. And of course, like there's weather patterns that influence the amount of sunshine that you're getting, etc. But they did some studies, I think before ethical clampdowns happened, where they had people in rooms without time indication and without light, and just let people sleep for however long they wanted to sleep and control when they turn the lights on and off and stuff. And then over time, what happened is there was this drift. So your body, when you get full control over these things and it's not dictated by external sources, does its own thing. Like it has this drift, and it's actually, I think, can't remember if I'm 100% true, but I think it's actually that our clock is greater than 24 hours. That we would actually sleep a little bit later and a little bit longer, and that everything tends to shift to later just naturally, indicating that our 24-hour cycle is not reflective of something that's actually true. Anyways, that was long-winded, but yeah, she was in a cave. She was monitored by psychologists and didn't even know about current events till after she left. She thought it had maybe been a couple of months or something. She was in a cave? Why was she in a cave? I don't really like attending them anymore, plus waiting forever to be reimbursed. Waiting forever to be reimbursed is a thing. That's why I only have $14 in my checking account, because I spent my last $250 on this fucking conference. So, yeah, that's fun. Whoa. This is cool. Okay, let's open this up. Let's look at it. Yeah, mess with her sense of time. You're in a half alone in a cave might sound like a nightmare to a lot of people, but Spanish athlete Beatriz Flamini emerged with a cheerful grin and said she thought she had more time to finish her book. She had almost no contact with the outside world during her impressive feat of human endurance for 500 days. How did she get food? She documented the experience to help scientists understand the effects of extreme isolation. That's fucking bananas. I'm surprised that even though she's willing, that they were allowed to do that. Where did this happen? Where did this happen? Spain? They have no ethics in Spain? This wouldn't fly here even if she was willing. Yeah, that one, she just spent time reading and working out. Thank you. Yes. I'm surprised you guys both know about this. I've never heard of this. When did this happen? Oh, holy shit, this is recent. Okay. I mean, I've been busy, okay? I was busy in April. I'm kidding. One of the first things that became apparent, hold on, I'm gonna open this up so that we can share it. We're gonna go through it together. We're gonna go through it together because I currently have the energy to do so, which is wild because it's already 2.5 hours, and usually I'm like, by then. But you wanna know what? My butt is sore because I've been sitting so much and haven't been getting to the gym or stretching or anything like that. So I actually, let's take a cheeky stretch. Ugh. Oh my God. My body is broken. Whew. Spain's Beatriz Flamini. Yeah, here. Okay, we're going to go through it together. Okay, can we make this bigger? Let's make it bigger. Nope. Hello? Oh. That kind of worked. This is great. Look at Leos. Okay. It scrolls significantly slower. Okay. So she had almost no contact with the outside world during her impressive feat of human endurance. I want to see the paper that this is associated with. She documented her experiences. Enhance. Yeah, exactly. She documented her experiences to help scientists understand the effects of extreme isolation. This is bizarre. I'm surprised that this flew. One of the first things that became apparent when she emerged from the cave is how fluid time is. See, this is what I was talking about before. You guys are we're on a level. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Shaped more by your personality traits? Ooh, big stretch. I think that's baloney, frankly. Personality? No. No, I'd like to look at the actual scientific data that suggests that. And the people more than a ticking clock. I think that this might be a bad pop interpretation of science, potentially. When talking to the reporters about her experiences, Flamini explained she rapidly lost her sense of time. The loss was so profound that when her support team came to retrieve her, she was surprised that her time was up, instead believing she had only been there for 160 to 170 days. So this aligns with Muse Clues. You know how I feel about personality psychology. People saying like that there's just, it's such wishy-washy shit. Anyways, the audio is choppy now. Oh no. Okay, it's probably because I have too much shit open. I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna close that. I'll go close that, and I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna close a bunch of this. Ooh, you know what? My computer's even being. What do I do? It's any time that I'm in this mode. Rats. What do I do? What do I do? Oh. Well, I hope it's better. If it's not, then maybe, yeah. Okay, so I guess what I was kind of getting at earlier when I said, like, when people are put in a room and are allowed to control their own light cycle and that it drifts to go longer, that would mean that what our, day and a half would be on, the surface of Earth would only be, a day in her head. So like her day might last, a day and a half or even 2 days. So she would think, because her time is protracted or expanded or drifting, like I was saying before, that makes sense, right? That she would think it's only been half the time or a fraction of the time that she was actually in there for. For most people, the rising and setting of the sun, capital S, interesting. Do we capitalize sun? Is that a thing? Am I wrong? Do we capitalize? I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. Mark the passing of days, and work and social routines mark the passing of hours. Sure, the sun also marks the passing of hours, but whatever. In the darkness of an underground cave, without the company of others, many signals of passing time will have disappeared. Yep. Keep in mind that you also have a whole bunch of other indicators in your body for time passing, right? We have not just, like, your circadian rhythm isn't, lots of people think that that's only to do with sleep, but your circadian rhythm is also like to do with your bodily rhythms at large, right? Like we have this like homeostatic balance that's determined by how thirsty we are and diurnal cortisol levels, which of course are influenced by the sun. That's a whole different thing. Diurnal meaning that we're like daytime animals that sleep at night, right? And we have cortisol that spikes in the morning to wake us up, or spikes when we wake up. They're kind of hard to disentangle, but most of the science that I'm familiar with suggests that the cortisol spike is what wakes us up. When we're in a natural setting, but when you have an alarm, that alarm will trigger the cortisol spike. So I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, right. There's other ways to, I'm going to go off of that so that maybe it's less choppy, if it was choppy again. But like your hunger cycle, right? If you're eating, especially if you're eating, I'm guessing something like rations like this person would have been, that you would have a pretty reliable hunger cycle, right? You would have like, I don't know, you're eating like beef jerky or some like high protein Cliff Bar or something like that, and you naturally get hungry after a certain amount of time, and that bodily rhythm also would dictate your perception of time. So if you're used to eating a traditional Western 3 meals a day thing, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then sleeping for approximately 8 hours, then when you go to sleep, you're thinking, okay, it's probably been about 8 hours, and you wake up hungry, you eat the thing, and then the next time you're hungry, you think, okay, maybe it's lunch, right? But without a clock and a whole bunch of other indicators, who knows if it's lunch? Who knows what time it is? I can tell that it's choppy. It's even choppy for me. What the fuck is happening? What do I do? I don't know what to do. I often forget to eat. I don't forget, but I postpone it, and then I forget. I'll be like, oh, I'll eat in a bit. I'll eat after I finish this. And then I'll get distracted from that thing, so I won't finish that thing, and then I'll be like, oh shit, I forgot to eat. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll do it when I finish this, and I'll just kind of perpetuate that cycle until I'm like ravenously hungry, which is bad because, as I've shared with you guys before, I have a history of eating disordered eating, disordered relationship with food, as most people in Western society do have a disordered relationship with food. That doesn't mean you have an eating disorder, but our relationship with food as a society is super problematic. And I've kind of wrestled with the idea of doing a stream about it because I find it super triggering, but I also find it super interesting. And I think now it would be less triggering for me because like I've studied this stuff. I'm like actively in treatment for all of the wrong things with my brain. Go to therapy. This is your regular stream reminder that therapy, everyone can benefit from therapy. So if it's accessible for you, which I know it's not for everybody, do it. News clues: the struggle is real and the ADHD meds make it worse. Oh, yeah. Appetite suppressing ADHD meds. I mean, like, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a great side effect. But that's because the world is fat phobic and shitty and stuff like that. So, fucking whatever. Therapy is for everybody. Well, if it's accessible. I recognize that it's also, like, monetary and, like, accessibility issue depending on where in the world you're from, but there are ways to kind of approximate therapy or get kind of like self-therapy and stuff like that. Not that self-therapy, especially if it's based on like Instagram and influencer psychology, be very wary of that, but using the tools that are at your disposal if you don't have access to actual, data informed and scientific and evidence-based approaches, it's better than nothing, right? But hot topic, y'all heard about Jonah Hill's fucking therapy speak weaponization? Oh boy, that is a great example of why not just going to therapy isn't enough, right? Like that doesn't automatically fix you. I mean, I'm not exactly saying like, that going to therapy is bad. That's not at all what I'm saying, but you can see that people that are even dedicated to that sort of thing can, misuse it. It's very easy to do that, right? And when we empower these words without, tempering those things, it's very easy to get into a messy place, right? I love food and married a chef. Appetite suppressants are a buzzkill. Oh, remember when we had like the King's dinner or whatever? That was so good. I vividly remember that. Most of the hard work is outside the session. That's so true. That's so true, Corey Campbell. I couldn't agree more. It's one of those things where like it really is like, like exercise, right? Like you're practicing so that something becomes second nature, because we, body, mind, and spirit, are designed for efficiency, right? So if there's a familiar path, no matter how destructive that path might be, it takes active resistance to forge a new path. And there's something like Donald Hebb, I think he's Canadian, has this theory called fire together, wire together, which is the theory that like if you have a field of grass, you guys have all seen this, and there's like an entrance to a building across the field, and there's like a little like actual path that you can take, like a sidewalk, a paved sidewalk, but the shorter path is across the field. You will see that get trod down like irreparably in lots of cases, that even if you stopped walking there for a long time, that path is still going to be there, and it's still going to kind of like call to the people walking past, right? So your brain very much works like that. The more that you use a circuit, the more that it's reinforced in terms of receptor density. There's something called potentiation. We've talked a little bit about this. I can't remember on which stream, but there's something called potentiation that happens in the brain, and sensitization. And the mechanism by which this occurs is basically the electrical potential happens and the synapse gets flooded with whatever type of neurotransmitter, usually more than one, is present there. And the way that the brain deals with that is like, okay, we're going to have to make it so that we have more ways to adapt to this. So this would be like getting more server space to handle traffic in a computer setting, or in a toll road setting, opening more toll booths, those sorts of metaphors and analogies, to accommodate this, or adding more lanes to a highway to accommodate the traffic, right? And your brain does that in a whole bunch of, non-metaphorical ways. And so overwhelming that frequently decades long at our age, my age, patterns of thinking is difficult. It's very difficult, right? So it's not so much about eliminating those paths or dopamine fasting, that bullshit. You can't eliminate those things. What you can do is incentivize and train and reinforce new circuits and pathways and ways of thinking, right? Fitness is a perfect analogy. The gym is stimulus, but all progress is everything you do after the gym: diet, sleep, recovery. Yeah, I think I need to sit on a pillow, you guys. This chair is so not ergonomic. Hold on. Oh, I need to stretch. I'm taking this pillow and I'm sitting on it. Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. Oh, that's heaven. My hams. It's heaven on my hams. Ooh, I'm a little bit higher up though. I don't know why I find that so entertaining. Look at this sleeve. It's turned out so well. I'm really happy with it. Anyways, let's circle back to the circadian stuff, because we were talking about this lady in the fucking... Where is she? She's in a cave? She's in a cave. It's still choppy, isn't it? I can tell it's still choppy. Maybe I'll close that. Something... I have rainbow wheel. Uh-oh. 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 This isn't good. Oh no. Help. Not sure that's what you should have closed. I was closing the things that I think take up the most, I don't know what the right word is. Bandwidth? I don't know. Oh, guys, I have so many tabs open. This is completely explainable. It's all me. It's my fault. Hear you, but you froze. Yeah, I could tell that I froze. I froze to me. You're still here, though. Okay, that's good. I didn't disconnect. You're back with us now. So I did close the right thing. Okay. I love that rat. He's like, blue. What else? There was something else I wanted to talk about. I talked about my Crocs. You guys, this is what I wanted to talk about. The Barbie and Oppenheimer films. They're coming out this coming week. Yay. The choppy started with the opening of the Cave Lady page. Yeah, what's happening here? It can't be that heavy of a page. It's mostly text. Anyways, whatever. Anyways, so the idea is they're saying many signals of passing time will have disappeared, the company of others, etc. Her personality apparently is determining that. Flamini may have become more reliant on psychological processes to monitor time. One way in which we keep track of the passage of time is memory. Okay, I'll bite. If we don't know how long we've been doing something for, we use the number of memories formed during the event as an index to the amount of time that has passed. I don't know if you guys can tell by my tone of voice and the amount that I'm blinking, but that sounds like hogwash to me. That sounds wild and difficult to prove. I really need to see the paper here. Okay, there is a paper. Okay, psychological timing without a timer, the roles of attention and memory. Where was this published? Is it a book? It's a book? No, it's not a book. Scalar timing models have dominated explanations of animal timing. Scalar timing theorists explain interval timing by assuming internal clock mechanism. We don't assume it. We know it. We've studied it. This is bananas. Assume. For several reasons, this kind of model, along with other timing with a timer models. Okay, so this is theory. They're talking about theory. There's no actual data here. Along with other timing a timer models. I do see what they're saying. Like, I got really stoned one time and I was like, how did they set the first clock? Like, the first time they made a clock, who decided that that was 9 and that the next one was 10, man? You know? Which is like, that's a valid point. I don't have an answer for that. So I do accept the critique of creating a time pattern with a timer. Like there has to be an original thing. Anyways, I've heard that people struggle with early memories if they've lived in the same house their whole life. If you move more in childhood, you may have earlier memories because of environment. Yes. Okay, that I believe, Nanners, because you could think about, you're going to have a whole bunch of like potentiation to your ability to memorize things, right? Because you have to imagine that any sort of introduction of new stimuli is going to potentiate a whole bunch of things in your brain associated with reinforcement, identification of resources. So like, you know where the fridge is in your childhood home. If you move a whole bunch of times, your brain is going to have to be like, okay, fridge, where is food, right? And create a whole bunch of new kind of schemas and different ideas of what that might look like in those sources, which is why, you know, kids when they're, you know, little might like learn what a dog is, and then they see a horse and they're like, oh, 4 legs, head, ears, big puppy. And you're like, no, horse. And they're like, shit, how do I tell horse from dog? You know, and they have to adapt that. So you can see that like potentially it would make sense that the more you're exposed to things faster, the easier it is to kind of create a whole bunch of information and then encode that information in the form of memory. That makes intuitive sense. That doesn't sound like malarkey like this does. That is a good question. So could the memory idea then not affect her memory in the cave? Her cave would have no light and no change. Yeah, okay. That's a good point, and that's a good refutation to my refutation of their thing and my critiques of this, right? And keep in mind that this is the same reason that I don't get into lots of theoretical discussions, because I'm like, if it's not provable, it's kind of like neither here nor there, right? So like it's easy for me to very much disengage and be all like high and mighty and pretentious about like, oh, this is theory, not data. I only look at the data. The cold hard facts are all I care about. Which is kind of silly because I actually do like theory. I just like theory that I can wrap my head around, if I'm being honest. Or want to wrap my head around. Investigations of various human temporal judgments, so temporal meaning related to time, as opposed to, say, spatial, relating to orientations of space and distance relative to your body. Investigations of various human temporal judgment reveal influences of factors that may not be parsimoniously Jesus Christ. No, okay. When people write like this, I'm like, come on. That may not be parsimoniously subsumed in an internal clock framework. Like, what they're trying to say here is research has been done looking at how humans judge time. And that research has shown that these factors may not be really easily explained in the most parsimonious way. That is the right word to use. But it might not be simply explained in the most simple fashion using this internal clock framework. That's what that sentence should say. And this is the bullshit that fucking academics do that drives me nuts. Because that sentence right there is designed to make that person sound smart. And that is not a good way to communicate what you're trying to communicate. And that immediately alienates me, someone that knows this. I do research. I look at these words. And you're going to get this rant. Get ready for this rant. You're already halfway through this rant. Sorry. But why write it like that? Like, let's just go through it again. Investigations of various human temporal judgments reveal influences. That's 50 billion words to say research on human judgments of time. That's so easy to say and so easy to understand for a layperson, for the love of Christ. Of factors reveals influences of factors. Influences of factors just reveals factors. Just reveals factors. A factor is something that influences something. You don't have to say a factor that influences. It's like saying a dog that is canine. It's the same fucking thing. It's redundant. Oh, God, you guys. Let's take a deep breath. I'm so pissed. The rage pointing. So I'm an elitist about your data and theory. I try not to be. My rage right now is about the elitism of these sorts of things, and probably my frustration largely comes from the fact that when you talk about theory, when you talk about unprovable things, it tends to devolve into a bunch of jargony, circular, repetitive, redundant things that are so insular that they're not useful anymore, right? So yeah, sure, we can fucking, whirligig spiral down into like the theory of other minds, the hard problem of consciousness. Like, geez, give me a break. It's true, but to what end? What utility does that have for me other than frustration? None. Gesticulating like crazy. Honestly. Spicy. Yes. Redeemed hydrate. Yeah, let's take a breather. But I also understand why people do this, because a lot of the time if you write, like, if you don't feel like you sound smart, that's imposter syndrome, right? So when spaces aren't curated for anybody than like a upper middle class white cishet Western male, which is most academic spaces, then you have no choice but to assimilate and to code switch, like we were talking about, into the language that's going to get you accepted in the places of power, right? So it makes sense that people's inclination is to speak like this, to write like this, to talk like this. And that's okay. And I do have that inclination still, and I fight that frequently, but it bothers me. And frequently, I think, is also an indicator that people don't understand their subject well enough. If you can't explain it to someone like they're 5, you don't understand it well enough. Period. Assorted crackers. Exactly. They're assorted crackers. I love that. But yeah, I genuinely think that is one of the things that makes it so that people distrust science, because it's so easy to distrust something that you do not understand, right? It's why we have xenophobia is a thing. Other, strange, xeno means strange, right? Phobia means fear. Fear of something that's strange, different, other, etc., right? Your rage about this seems to be the same energy as me when people don't use proper grammar and spelling in chat sometimes, and it drives me up a wall. And I try not to say anything because I'm very much a spelling person and somewhat of a grammar person. So I will challenge you here. I used to be that person, and I do not mean this as a criticism. I used to be that person. But I saw relatively recently a thing about like access to, there's privilege that comes with being able to be particular about the way that language is used. And the strict adherence to the status quo tends to be a tool that colonial and oppressive forces use. And it's very easy for us to turn to that because, again, it's another way for us to engage in the system of power that exists. And genuinely, I do not mean this as a criticism to you, so I hope that this is not being interpreted as such. But it's something where it took me stepping back and hearing that and being like, oh, okay. Because I used to be someone that was really particular, and I'm like, why are you typing you, the letter, instead of Y-O-U? Like, it takes 2 seconds to type it out. Where's your punctuation? And be really pedantic about it. And then, you know, once I realized that that was kind of a way to gatekeep, you know, ideas and the space where we share ideas, you know, it made me question, you know, why am I so particular about that? Like, let's examine that. Not that it's right or wrong, but like, let's see where that lies. And maybe it's in your enthusiasm for literature and it has nothing to do with that, but it has to do with clarity for you, and that's completely fine as well. But I would encourage us to, like I just did with this, engage with like, why am I like that? Because I'm not part of the power system that exists in terms of gender in academia. So it bothers me when there's this kind of barrier, this imposed barrier, right? And it takes a little bit of dialing down that, yeah. Well, Leia M. Core, know that I am a type of chaos demon sometimes. Yeah, that's true. I know you. Anyways, we got into a bit of a pickle there with me going off on a tangent rage. When we're just trying to figure out what they're talking about using memory to determine time. So let's circle back here. They're saying that using an internal clock timer to determine time has kind of a circular argument to it. So it begs the question, is what we would say in like logical discourse. But yeah. Evidence suggests that people make recency and serial position judgments by relying on both the apparent age of a past event, distance-based processes, and on contextual associations to past events, location-based processes. Okay, what is this sentence actually saying? Let's decode jargon. Rough Iron Chef. We remake ourselves to fit our names. Language shapes the world, though we think that of it as a tool. Just like a hammer brings calluses to the hand of the carpenter, our language has the ability to shape our minds in subtle ways. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And I don't know how recently you joined us here, but in our earlier discussion of names, you're kind of hitting on something that we found the data supports, which is basically raffle sounds like waffle. Yeah, like raffle now, right? Like Rafflecopter. I'm dating myself. Muse, help me out here. We're going to need more rage emotes for the channel. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, we were talking about something called the Dorian Gray effect. So we remake ourselves to fit our names is something that they refer to as the Dorian Gray effect, even though that, according to the novel, is kind of the opposite of that. But yeah, you get it. Jinkies. Yeah, shorthand is fine. I use that too, but it's more of a spelling issue with me. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's fine. It's genuinely fine to have preferences. That's completely okay. I personally am constantly trying to examine why I have the preferences that I do and if it's just encoded bias, right? Like, I had this really great equity, diversity, and inclusion speaker at the last conference that I was at that was, like, absolutely incredible. Because she was talking about kind of our default and how like the entirety of Western medicine is based on normal or ordinary, or the baseline being a 65 kilogram white male in his 30s, which even if we don't talk about the gender and race part of that, which is obviously huge, just different ages of males are different? Like, what the fuck? Like, the textbook that all North American schools for doctors are given, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like kind of like the Grey's Anatomy textbook, that's the standard that they use, and that's encoded bias. That's not something that we asked for, that's not something that we're deliberately doing, but sometimes I'm like, I didn't know that I had that, and that's what's driving this. Is it actually a preference that I have, or is this something that I've just had programmed and I need to deliberately deprogram, right? And I guess I'm using this as an example to kind of like get at that, like theoretically, which I think is important for us to do. I found this place through another science streamer. Which science streamer? I have autism out the wazoo. Good luck on your search for bias, though. Well, welcome. We welcome people of all neurodivergent varieties, or neurotypicals, if you want. No one's neurotypical. That's a fallacy. But yeah, welcome. It's really cool that you're here. Welcome. I'm Neuralicia. This is Friday Fun Time. There's lots of chaos. We talk about science. On Mondays, I do a stream called Vulgar Science with my colleague and close friend on our channel, which is just Vulgar Science. And that happens on Mondays, and it's really fun and also chaotic, and we talk about spicy topics, so we're a particular type of assorted cracker. Use the correct term, assorted crackers. I'm bad with names. She's a geneticist. Oh, is it? Oh, crap, what's her name? I can't remember her name. What is it? Is it Aurelia Studies? Ariella? Aurelia? I don't know. Is it Ariella Studies? Anyways, I recently discovered Ariella through science, and they're fantastic. And I've only caught one of their streams, but they were like live in the lab, and it was super cool. Anyways, they seem awesome. So super cool. And welcome for being here. I really appreciate you stopping by. I hope you find something that's useful or valuable or whatever, or even if you just want to lurk in the community. We're pretty open-minded folks here. It's a pretty safe space. Come one, come all. I just want to never stop learning. I love that. That's something that's like, you want to know what's something that's really interesting that I was talking to my therapist about recently, is that behavior isn't necessarily reflective of character or identity or values, and that values more than personality traits and more than behaviors are something that is usually would make up what we would call a core identity as it's shown in therapeutic settings. And that usually when there's distress and people seek out therapy for various reasons, it's because one's behavior or circumstances aren't in alignment with their values. And I'm like, well, how the fuck do you know your values? And she's like, well, here's the thing. A lot of people say they have values that they're told that they should have, like humility. The reason that people, myself included, are very bad at receiving praise is because Western society has taught us that pride is literally a deadly fucking sin, and that humility is a noble virtue. Think about that. Pride is a sin? I do think that there can be negative aspects to certain, parts of pride if you put it on a spectrum, but that also encourages shame. This is shame that's associated with things like homophobia and misogyny and racism, xenophobia, all the negative things, all of those shame, things that are imposed upon us come from a place where we're told we aren't allowed to. Thank you very much for the sub. Wow. Comes in, sub straight off. Wow. I really, really appreciate the support. That's awesome. I hope we see you around all the time. I already love your contributions. Science is lovely too. I just want to never stop learning. Values exist as a neurobehavioral problem. I've always just assumed people play games and choose the best move. I can't have ads right now. This is interesting. Too interesting. When did you get a dancing rat? I've always had the dancing rat for subs. I don't know. I think it's new subs only. I don't know. I don't really know. To be honest. So wait, do values actually exist? Yes. And actually, I am going to go through the effort right now of finding this validated values test. It's something where you can like pay for the advanced version, but there's also, you just get the free kind of rundown, kind of like the MTBI, but instead of it being a personality test, it's a values test. Remember, your values can change, right? I used to be the type of person that thought pride isn't something that would be high on my values. I don't think it's super high on my values, but I used to be really resistant to getting praise and being proud and like out as a bisexual woman, etc. I used to be anti-feminist. I used to be like, why do we need feminism? Can you fucking imagine? Me? How often do I rage about feminist issues? Oh. Anyways, the point is values can change. People can change. We are fluid, dynamic, plastic-brained people. It's amazing. We want to talk about them in ethics and sociology, but they do exist. They do exist, and it really depends on how you want to operationally define a value. But there's a test. I'll find it, and I have to open my email, so I need to make sure that I'm like doing that in the right tab. I'm not going to show you guys my email, but I am going to go to my email and find this values quiz because it's really values assessment. Anyways, I'll find the link so that you guys can do this. I encourage you to do this. And I found, even if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, that fucking works for me. Honestly, where is this? I found my top 5 values. Where the fuck is this? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm having an issue. Where is it? Values test from here we go. Oh, for fuck's sake. You guys, I can't find it. I'm gonna have to like drop it in the Discord or bring it to my next stream or something like that. Or maybe I can like Google it. Values test. What are my values? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. It's like a real thing, you guys. Like, it's like not. Oh, fuck. I really want to find it now. Sorry, I'm getting spicy again. I didn't mean to shout. Sorry. Oh, here it is. The Character Strengths Survey. Okay, hold on. Discover your strengths. They kind of use mamby-pamby words, but I did find that it was valuable. So hold on. Oh, I don't have this open. Oh, God. Okay, it's just via, like VIA, character.org. And then just like find the values quiz. Anyways, I'm so behind our chat. How does Raffle have a first? I think how early in my streaming career does it have to be to have a first? I've only been doing this for 6 months, so. I can't score the same on a personality quiz twice because all the questions seem so arbitrary. Sorry, I don't think values, I have values that show up on a test. So I agree. I think personality tests are largely BS. And also they're designed for people that are quite, at least an approximation of neurotypical, right? So they're used to examine deviations from normality. So they're like fundamentally flawed in a lot of ways, right? They exist as a psychological concept. Look up the researcher Tim Kasser. How does Raffle have first? I've known you a long time. I have seen some shit. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, interestingly yummy knowledge. I know a lot of the stuff that is me is because of stuff from my childhood. Eye contact for long periods of time is hard for me. That's very common. That's actually common as a cultural thing. There's a cultural code. There's a cultural mores against extended eye contact in most cases. Partially because of my neurodivergence, but also because my uncle used to have me make constant eye contact to ensure I was hearing him. He'd be like 3 inches from my face. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That sucks. violation of personal space boundaries is like a big thing. That's a huge violation. That's like a physical violation, right? I wasn't allowed to look away. He'd even pin my hands together, thereby making me stay put. Ugh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. I'm not sure if gifted subs count. Oh, I don't know. And also I realized that the reason I don't have personal space is because no one taught me what personal space was. 100%. And when my personal space was invaded, it was written off as normal and that I should just get over it, while not expressly told that those... So like, this is linked to like bodily autonomy, right? We're told like when kids were like, give your uncle a hug. And you're like, I don't know who the fuck that person is. And they're like, I've known you since you were a little girl. Look how tall you've gotten. Blah. And you have to hug this complete stranger? Does that not sound fucking bananas to you? That's telling you that your preferences and your comfort level mean nothing and that you have to obey someone else's desires above your own comfort, which is wild. This is very frequent, especially in women. Of course it happens in people of all genders, but it's something that, like, speaking as someone that is a cis woman, yeah, it's wildly common. Just even anecdotally. Anyways, that sucks. That sucks. It's right here. It's where I'm pointing. I purchased my first sub, Muse Clues, and I never got one. Cries, but it's okay. I'll survive. Do you not have one because you're a mod? I don't know. I'm sorry. Just know you're first in my heart, Risto. And that's what really counts. I'll make you your own little first badge. Right now. Here. I'm not a very good artist, but I'll try my best. Oh my god, I'm an amazing artist. I lied to you. Here you go. There's your first badge. I'll keep this, and I'll endeavor to keep this for a long time. And then if we ever both get to TwitchCon at the same time, I'll give it to you in person. Boom. That's the first badge that matters. You're fine. I'm just kind of surprised. I don't know how it works. Honestly, fucking this shit's owned by Bezos. Let's not question it too deeply. I don't want to get sad. I'm mad. I don't want to get sad. But also that if someone else was in my personal space and I didn't like them in my personal space, that I was just expected to know to fight back and say something, right? It's a double standard. They're like, you should know this isn't okay and blah, 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 but also don't. I don't know. That's so problematic. I'm so sorry. I've taken this test actually. Personal space is a strange one because your parents always told you had to hug someone. Yeah, okay, so sorry. I was behind in chat and you've already covered what I was just ranting about. I'm so behind in chat. Whoa. Hug someone. Yeah. Hugs are not something you have to do when you want, but something you have to, yeah. If you click on chat identity is the option there for you to select. Is this for me? First 10 or 15 subscribers. Oh, Muse Clues. No, but maybe my mod badge takes it away. Well, if there's a way that I can somehow like make it come back, I don't know. This sounds like torture to me. I don't know why I have a first. Maybe I'm just special. You are special. As is Risto. As is everybody in here. And you know what? All of your support is equally very valuable to me. First batch is usually with Prime sub, I think. Really? And also if you continue a gift sub after it was gifted to you automatically, you're fine. I'm just kind of surprised. Hug. Maybe it's because you used your Prime, but that's like the first 10 to 15 subs to a channel. I didn't use my Prime, but it's no worries. I'm so happy you got one. So yeah, this VIA test they gave to me at some point, my neurodivergence is pretty well documented. So I found that it was really useful for me, regardless of whether it's scientifically backed, replicable, or anything, much like things like astrology and tarot and stuff like that. Put aside the, is it real? And say, is it useful? You know? And if some people, if that's the way that they identify with something, with their own selves, or with the world around them, or with their peers, and it's not hurting anyone, fucking just let them. So for me, personally, this test via character, now that I know what it is, I can look it up in my email. and I can tell you what mine are. You can learn a bit about your girl, Neuralicia, via character. Yeah. Here we go. My number one strength is perspective, which means I see the big picture and people come to me for advice or counsel. You're insightful and you have a way of looking at the world that helps you make sense of things. So what I found useful when I did this was, I'm going to open the full report, was that there were things that were high ranking on my values, which I was like, that's true, I identify with that I wasn't engaging in stuff with. So I was this part of me that, you know, theoretically, if this test is correct, is like a high valued, large part of, you know, my current value system, and I'm not engaging with it. That's going to cause that cognitive discomfort, that mental discomfort that we call dissonance, right? So one of mine that I wasn't engaging with, they say your top 5 are like the most important ones. So I have perspective, love of learning. Obviously, I do that every day of my fucking life. Curiosity, kind of tied to the love of learning. I'm always, you know, interested in inquiry and research, etc. Bravery, question mark. I guess I kind of do that. I stand up for the little guy sometimes. But the 5th one is an appreciation of beauty and excellence. And like, if y'all know me in my real life, you know that I like aesthetics. I like things. I like flowers. I have a season's pass to the Botanic Gardens. I like looking at beetles and bugs close up because I think that they're gorgeous. I like to draw and paint and write, and whether or not I'm good at that is, you know, one thing. I also like to go to art shows. I go to my friends' art displays or openings or whatever frequently, and I enjoy myself so much. So when I was denying myself that and not engaging in it because, you know, I was busy or whatever, and I'm like kind of starving that aspect of myself, it's very easy to not feel fulfilled, right? So for me, even again, if it's self-fulfilling prophecy or whatever, it helped me feel some autonomy and engagement and enthusiasm for my life to try and like add back in and turn towards those things that I know that I value, and I feel like self-identifying, I do value those things, and according to this test, I value those things. So that helped me out. But anyways, I completely forgot the results. Good day, mate. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep up the Australian accent very long here. It's a little bit tired. I'm a little bit tired. It's the end of the day. It's 11:11. I've been doing this for 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds. You first in our hearts. How dare you call out my tarot place? See, it got southern. What happened? I did laugh a couple of times when my uncle would do that, but because I was uncomfortable and also he was close enough that my vision made his eyes mesh together into one eye. So I'd laugh because he was a cyclops for several seconds at a time, but also uncomfortable. Oh my god, Beatles rock. Beatles. I don't know. What am I doing? What is this accent? I love the shiny, iridescent ones. Anyways, the Chinese Beatles. Iridescent. Is this beetle iridescent? Iridescent. You should see Neuralicia's sick tent bug tattoos. Yeah, look at these. Look at I like butterflies. There is an insectarium in the city that I live in, and it is fabulous. You can see all kinds of beetles, you can see all kinds of moths and butterflies in an enclosure, and they land on you, and it's amazing. And that's the end of G'day Mate, because I don't think I can keep it up anymore. 11:11, make a wish. Oh, I was too late. I have trouble distinguishing between whether I like something for aesthetic reasons or logical reasons. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. I'm sniffly, guys. Sorry. My nose is sore. That sounds weird, but just... basically, I've been like intermittently losing my sense of smell ever since I got back and was sick. And sometimes, like, when I'm sleeping, especially when I'm down, like, my nose gets, like, stuffy. And so I can't sleep unless I use Dristan. It's a whole ass thing. Anyways, I'm addicted to Dristan. It could be both aesthetic and logical reasons. It doesn't have to be either or. Yes, Leah. T. It could certainly be both, but remember having trouble with the VIA test because some of the questions encourage me to make distinctions. Well, right, because it's trying to categorize you, right? And it's trying to categorize like aspects of your personality, which is like that's the very nature of like the lumping versus splitting problem. It depends on how we want to look at things. Sometimes it would be like, do you appreciate aesthetics do you I don't know. Sometimes those two things would be grouped together. Do you appreciate things? If you were doing like a psychopathy test, it would be like, do you find value or beauty in anything? Regardless of whether it's for logical or aesthetic reasons. And the split would be in a yes-no, not a why or how. But this is my way to relate to this, and I'm not saying this necessarily applies to you, but personally, my inclination, unsurprisingly, when I'm dealing with emotions, especially difficult ones, is to intellectualize them. And I don't mean difficult as in like sadness and like the negative emotions. I mean difficult as in unfamiliar. So receiving praise, indulging in just something that I enjoy, regardless of why I enjoy it. I constantly want to find the reason, the why, the how, what am I doing, and try and engage with it in an intellectual way, because that's been a way that I personally have dealt with a lot of traumatic things, is if I can explain them, I can understand them, and I can control them. That's kind of the logical flow. Not necessarily true, but that's the logical flow that you kind of like think of when you're a kid, right? If you understand that car goes back and forth, not side to side, then you can make the car roll further. You understand it, you fix the problem, you get what you desire. So my challenge continually has been to try to distance myself from that desire to intellectualize, or at the very least, recognize when I'm intellectualizing something unnecessarily, like I'm doing right now. Self-awareness for the win. Anyways, neurotypicals are good at figuring out their personalities. I am not. Are they though? Or are they just sheeple that fall for the neurotypical propaganda of personality psychology? Who knows? I'm just being facetious, obviously. All I know is I'm weird, plain and simple. Yeah, well, and I think like the thing is that there's value also in feeling like you're not one of, that you are weird. There's value in uniqueness, right? There's value in being on the ends of percentiles in a lot of ways. So like in some ways we want to assimilate because that gets us membership to, certain groups, society, etc. That's safety, right? So in some ways we want to, blend in, but in other ways we want to stand out, right? Because standing out from a panel for whatever reason means getting chosen, right? So there's like a whole psychological thing with, being weird and being special and our desires to tune into the parts of ourselves and, pursue those avenues of ourselves that differentiate us. And that is not a critique at all. We should. Diversity is the mosaic of society and life and people. So beautiful. But weird is good. Yeah, well, I just said weird is good in like 8,000 words, like a dumb intellectual person being like, judgment of the temporal space of your memories, whatever that guy said. I just commit to being chaos bog-hag, like, wear weird shit. Oh, I thought you were saying, like, wear the weird shit at, like, wear weird shit. But you're saying wear weird shit. You do wear weird shit, but you look cool. It's, like, so there's cool TM, like, oh, are you cool? And then there's cool, like, what do I think is cool? I think D&D is cool. Now it actually is becoming cool because of the movie, blah, blah, blah. It's becoming cool TM, but to me, that's something that used to be like fucking narky and nerdy to a lot of people. And, it's something that I think is cool, right? And we get to decide. That's our values, right? We don't have to use all this nomenclature, your value system, blah, blah, blah. I can just be like, what do you fucking like? What do you care about? I care about animals a lot. A lot. If I don't interact with animals, I am sad. Viscerally, And fix them. Knowledge, power, control, problem fixed. Exactly, Muse. Totally. Weird and very, very, very perfectionist. And I'm definitely a nerd with hands in a lot of nerdy pies, if you know what I mean. I don't know if I know what you mean. What's a nerdy pie? Do you bake? Do you bake according to mathematics? Is that a nerdy pie? Do you mean pie, like the character pie? Oh, do you watch any live plays on Twitch? What's live plays? What's that mean? One of my favorite words, facetious. Oh, me too. It's a good one. It's a good one. Anyways, I like this weird squad. Thank you, sewer dwellers, for being part of the beautiful mosaic that is down here without the sun, so we use our memories to time things. I'm going to facetiously make fun of that for all of time. I use my memory to time my life. How many memories have I made this stream? 3.5 hours worth of memories? Apparently. I like rocks. I find them all over the place in my home. Yeah, let's talk rocks. I have a lot of good rocks. I have my one from Risto is in the other room. Risto gave me a garnet. It's gorgeous. This little Scully is pretty cute. He's made of jasper, I think. It's the one with like the orange bits. Rocks do rock. If you like rocks, if you're not already following Risto, and Skip, Risto's IRL twin, get on it. Look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Amazing. Anyways, we love rocks. Rocks are great. Yeah. There's a good bunch of things I do because it would impress the shit out of my childhood/teenage self. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, like, to some degree, I'm like, that girl did not know what she was talking about. Not you, your teenage self, though she probably didn't either. But like my teenage self. Like, what my teenage self thought was cool was, predatory fucking weirdos that invaded my personal space. And I was like, Seth, you're so cool. Like, please touch my butt without permission again. I hate consent. Wrong. Wrong. You know? But we're learning. We're learning. We're evolving. We're changing. We are not a static human being. We have such an immense capacity for change. And this sounds very, like, inspirational speaker, but it's just the truth. It's just the truth. C'est vrai. Nerdy Pie says in like science, art, literature, pop culture. Okay, Leia, personality test right here. Fave piece of literature, fave piece of art, visual art, like painting or sculpture. Just off the top of your head, what first came to your head. Doesn't have to be your actual favorite, but what was the first thing that came to your head? Rest of the people can answer that too, because I think that that's really interesting. I think that's really interesting. I really like selenite. Selenite? Is it green? Sounds green to me in my head. Synesthesia. Ooh, I should talk about that in a stream. That's so cool. You're only as good as the memories you make. The Ataris. I forgot about that one. It is a little bit. This is so pedantic. It's a tiny bit ableist. What about the people with dementia? They can't make memories. Anyways, I'm being a dick. It's a great lyric. I like the Ataris. I have a lot of red granite. My welder found a huge stone with leaf fossils in it, and I'm so excited. Take pictures. But also quartz. I have quartz earrings right now. Pink. Shout out Skip. Yeah, thank you for doing that. What I did think was cool as a kid, Paul Erdős for sure, and Isaac Asimov. I haven't read any actual Asimov, if I'm being honest here. I don't know who I'm so sorry for yawning, you guys. Paul Erdős is. I'm usually in bed at this point. I'm usually like fully medicated to sleep almost at this point. Paul Erdős. Who dis? Images. Are they an autist? What do they do? What does this person? A mathematician. Neat. Huh. Neat. Was Paul Erdős a genius? A mathematical genius. According to Wikipedia, he's a genius. Fun thing about intellectual testing. It's a colonial thing. Oopie. There's all kinds of different intelligences, and a lot of people dismiss that as like pseudopsychology, pseudoscience, and that sort of thing, and maybe it is, but also I genuinely believe like people will alienate themselves from people that maybe not alienate themselves. I'm going to use an anecdote. Frequently when I'm dating or when I meet people, like if I'm out at a bar or something, which I don't really do anymore, but like historically, I would talk to them, and like eventually when I finally got asked a question, usually by men, they'd be like, oh, so what do you do? And, oh, I'm here for school. Oh, what do you do for school? Oh, I study, or what school are you at? I'm at blank school. What do you study? Oh, neuroscience. Oh, that's cool. What brought you here? Well, oh, there's a PhD supervisor. Oh, you're doing your PhD. Oh, and then like becomes this whole thing, and it completely changes someone's perception of you, right? And they're like, oh, so you're like smart. And I'm like, no. Like, yes, I am intelligent and educated. Education and intelligence are not the same thing. They're not, right? You can be so fucking educated and so fucking dumb. I run into that more often than I care to admit. So, but it's because society has like prized certain, you know, modalities of things, colonialism, and, make no mistake, academia is like completely capitalist, right? Like it's a business model. This is not a school for educational purposes. It is, but it's not. Like it's a business at the end of the day. I'm not getting rich off of doing what I'm doing. Not that I should, but like they're squeezing you for every fucking drop you're worth. And, at the end of the day, they're trying to make their bottom line, right? And I guess my whole point is that I am one tiny fraction I'm very smart in one area. I could probably change a tire, but there's people that can rebuild an entire engine. And do I think that that's a type of fucking smart? You bet your ass I do. In an apocalypse, I would actually be very useful, I think. But what would you rather have? Someone that can cut hair? No shade. Very important. How people look? Super important to you psychologically. But at the end of the day, you would probably rather have someone that can rebuild an engine, right? Which means, like, I guess what I'm saying is that the value of different types of intelligences is relative to the society that you live in and what it prizes most, right? And with things with abstract value like theory and that sort of thing, you can ascribe whatever fucking value to it you want because there's no physical object associated with theory, which is why academia has created their whole fucking pay-to-play publication thing. And don't get me started on that because then I'll be rage finger-waggling all night. Anyways, is Hoon snoring? She is. Anyways. First thing that came to mind in my head was The Book Thief and Art Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers. I was thinking about sunflowers today. I was making a playlist cover thing, and I was like, I wish that I had like a more like macro version of Van Gogh's Sunflowers, but that it was like someone had done it like in plush, like sewn a plush version of that, and I used AI to make it, and I thought that it was really cool. Anyways, you don't know who Paul Erdos is? Oh boy, are you in for a treat. His history, he's history's most prolific mathematician. I have a little bit of like a anti-mathematician bias in my brain, and I am aware of this because I dated a mathematician, and that person left me for one of their lab mates that they were cheating on me with for quite a long time. And they're now together and have children and everything like that. It was not a good break. I've never seen him since. But we like lived together. Like, it was like serious. Anyways, so in my head I'm like, fucking mathematicians. Which is completely unfair. I'm building an entire heuristic of all mathematicians based on one fucking white dude that I dated. Anyways, Asimov also came up with the law of robotics, I believe. Cool. At least you admitted to that without Kettegret being around. What did I admit to? I'm so behind. IQ is a bad joke. Multiple intelligence is based. They're really not the same. I've met some dumb people with higher education and some hella smart people with minimal schooling. Exactly. It's like the whole like street smarts thing, but like street smarts and book smarts is like a false dichotomy, in my opinion. Is Coon snoring? She is. She stopped now. Anyways. I'm hoping that's Hoon we're all hearing. I woke her up rolling towards her. And saying her name, I probably woke her up. I presume that's what it is. What else would it be? Is it a Hoon snore noise? Is it stopped now? What else would it be? I don't know. It's not me. Some of our recent leaders are great examples of well-educated yet dumb people. Oh, don't. Exactly. Academia is pay to play. Make no mistake. Smart to some people means, oh, you can memorize and remember all these random facts. Yes. Rote memorization is something that is also highly prized in our evaluation system. Now she's snoring. Is that what you guys were hearing before? My baby. That means she's having a good sleep. She hasn't been sleeping through the night lately, so it's Daryl snoring. Daryl? Which Daryl? Daryl. There's 3 Daryls. Oh. Big Daryl and little Daryl. Yeah. So rote memorization is something that in academic evaluations is the easiest and most cost-effective and effort-effective, or efficient, I should say, way to evaluate someone's one type of someone's understanding of something. So writing good test questions is really hard. Evaluating memory is very easy, right? So that's why academia and that type of like smarts that we give diplomas out for and stuff like that tends to bias things towards people that have this ability to memorize and dictate and kind of rhapsodize and sound smart, which I'm pretty fucking good at. Jeopardy and similar game shows has made people seem smart because they can answer trivia questions in 30 seconds or less. I mean, let's not shade Jeopardy though. I fucking love that show. But you're right. You're right. But I love it anyway. I think so, Nanners. Facts. Hoping that soon we're all hearing. I don't want to alarm you, but there's a bug on your arm. Chuck Moulton, welcome. I believe you're a first-time chatter. I don't recognize your name, and I don't have my window open, but these are lots of bugs on my arm. I'm a scientist that has nothing. Oh God. I'm a scientist that doesn't study bugs, but we did a bug sleeve. It's a whole thing. I'm a neuroscientist. I usually talk about neuroscience. Right now, I'm kind of ranting about science in general. But yeah, I'm Neuralicia. Welcome. Hi. Thanks for being here. Multiple bugs in an arachnid. Yeah. Go check out Chuck Melton's content. Do I know this person? Is this... Should I know? I'm sorry. My memory is so bad. Have you been here before? If you've been here before, I'm sorry for not remembering you. Genuinely. Actually, I have a little bit more science to talk about with name memories and the value of names and name congruency to faces and how that helps you remember biographical information, and also why some people are really bad at names but I'm good at faces. That whole heuristic, there's science behind that, which I have somewhere. Anyways, I'll be the first to admit that math is way too beautiful for how shitty most mathematicians are. It's also, I think that math is one of the areas of academia that's the most plagued with the type of thing of not being able to explain it in lay terms or explain it to me like I'm 5, right? So like there is a larger gully, I think, between lay understanding and professional understanding than there is in maybe something that's more accessible like psychology, right? It's easy for me to kind of make a translational leap and explain things to y'all because they're relatable. Numbers are something that we don't relate to as naturally as we do concepts. That's just kind of the facts. So, I mean, they do have a bit more of a challenge, I think. That's just my opinion, though. I almost became one. Why didn't you? Oh my God, but he was such a twat. Who was a twat? Lots of people are twats. Was he a cracker? A sort of cracker? Never let your schooling get in the way of your education, Mark Twain. T. Way to go, Chuck Moulton rolls in, drops quotes. Fucking power moves up in here. Imagination is more important than knowledge, Einstein. T. It's Daryl snoring. It's that precious derp of doggo. Yeah, she's out. Hoon snores, yeah. Is it economic discrimination if African children can't read books because their pay is $1 US 30 a month in Libya and a book costs 13? Yeah, absolutely it is. They can get an entire case of whiskey for $13 US, so it's more likely that they buy alcohol and drugs versus books, considering there isn't even advanced jobs like PhD jobs or uni jobs in those locations. Why is that? Oh, colonialism and racism and xenophobia and like all the bad stuff. Capitalism, colonialism, all that, imperialism, all the isms, all the bad isms. But I want to one thing talk about and draw attention to here is let's not dichotomize and virtuize things like books by pitting them against things like alcohol and drug use, right? Because this is a prescriptive value that we've been given that has no base in reality. Is we use a whole bunch of drugs without stigma, without judgment, that aren't ascribed values, right? We've just arbitrarily decided that a bunch of them that are more harmful. That's just not true. The number needed to harm, there's actual statistics that you can run, NNT, number needed to treat, NNH, number needed to harm, that you can run on every single pharmaceutical, and they have to. And the number needed to harm for, something like Tylenol is lower than it is for, drugs that we consider completely fine. We sell alcohol. They tax alcohol. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where I want to challenge our heuristic of associating lack of virtue with using those things. Just want to back up and check out that implicit programmed in bias that we tend to have. Because I study addiction. That's something that's very close to home for me. But thank you for your contribution. And I think you're 100% right about that. Why is it like that? I was here months ago and sniped a founder's badge. I'm so sorry that I forgot you. I also haven't streamed in like a month, so I'm bad at things. Why is it that some people, I am better at remembering their name and their face together than others? Well, so Leah, I think that's about name congruency, because remember we were talking in the very beginning of stream, I think you were here, about whether or not you have congruency with your name. So like, do I look like an Alicia more than a Kate looks like a Kate? And if my name congruency is high, say it's like a scale of 1 to 10. I don't know what it actually is or how they evaluate this, but it is a thing. If I look en masse, on average, on balance, like an Alicia more than the Kate looks like a Kate, maybe she's a 5 and I'm a 10. I'm not talking about like attractiveness here. I'm saying congruency with naming. That you will actually find that person on balance more attractive, more appealing, more memorable, etc., than you would for someone that the name congruence is low. If I told you my name was like something that's like a very racially specific name, like Zhao, or something that's like a traditional Chinese name, that would probably have low congruency for you. And they've actually studied this. So they took various races of, I think it was only males in this case, and they gave them stereotypical, well, what was it? I have it open somewhere. I want to not spew lies. Okay, here we go. Ugh. Oh, fuck, I'm not logged into the proxy anymore. Jesus. Is it open in a different window, please? Oh. That's age. That's that. Ooh. Okay, I only have the abstract open, and I'm not going to open the proxy because it'll crash everything. It's such a hog. But basically, Barack Obama or Barry Dunham, the appearance of multiracial faces is affected by the names assigned to them. So if you give a face, I'm just going to read the abstract. Does semantic information in the form of stereotypical names influence participants' perceptions of the appearance of multiracial faces? Asian Australian and European Australian participants were asked to rate the appearance of Asian Australian faces given typically Asian names, European Australian faces given typical European names, multiracial faces given Asian names, and all of those combinations. And participants rated the multiracial faces given European names as looking more significantly European than the exact same faces given an Asian name. So when there's congruency in our mental schema, for better or for worse, remember stereotypes exist, whether they should or whether they're accurate, they still exist, right? So this is saying if things align with our preconceived notion of things, that we will memorize these things better, that they're just like, there's so much more like sequela research associated with this, that just, it reaps all kinds of benefits, including memory, things being more memorable. Your ex was a twat, and yeah, he was the sword of crackers. Did you, P3? That one? Yeah, he was a mega twat. In a different way. They've really all been fucking prize horses at the race that is mediocrity. I didn't become a mathematician for a lot of reasons, but the biggest one is that I can't stand talking to most mathematicians. Oh, I don't have to pretend to drink tea. I can just drink tea. That's tea. Keep your hands off my caffeine. I'd rather direct my hyper-rationality towards creatively trying to make the world better. Yeah. Well, and it's funny, if you examine that sentence, your hyper-rationality towards creatively. Those are usually things that are, you know, positioned by people ideologically as diametrically opposed. And the fact that you're using them kind of intermingling, that's really cool, because, you know, a lot of people see them as things that don't overlap or shouldn't overlap, right? So props. Does this statement really narrow it down much? Fair point. And also, we've been trained to see things like homelessness as, oh, well, they're homeless because of drugs, alcohol, when it's not just one reason that someone is homeless. Holy shit, I would remember if a white woman told me her name was Joe. Yeah, so, I mean, there's exceptionalness, and then there's just, like, general, like, memorability of things. So keep in mind that people, when they're doing these studies, are not just doing the extreme ends of things. They usually will do a whole bunch of intermediary, you know, kind of like, they'll do pilot tests and say, you know, give people a whole list of names and be like, how Chinese do you think this name is? How British do you think this name is? How whatever, and get a big bulk sample of what things actually are perceived as. Because we might think, you know, oh, this name would be totally perceived as really British, when really it's kind of like middle of the road, like slightly more British, but not like hugely. Or a name like Judy or Lily. Those are stereotypical white names, but I've personally known 3 Lilies that were Chinese, because that's a common name for Chinese people to choose as their Anglo name, right? Because we don't accept character-based names in our, you know, DMVs and passports and stuff like that. It's a whole ass thing. Anyways, so if you want citizenship, you have to pick. You have to pick an Anglo name. Isn't that nice that we just, like, decline to accept people's actual names? And they're like, no, assimilate or fuck off. Whatever. Anyways, oh, I see. You were replying to your ex was a twat? Does this really narrow it down much? Savage, but true. Yeah, but the homelessness thing is, like, really, yeah, it's interesting. Freakonomics talked about this in Freakonomics Radio, How Much Does Your Name Matter, episode 122, and also the Freakonomics movie. Cool. Yes, P3. Oh my god, so awkward. Does twat congruency exist? Like, does their name match with their twattiness? You know what's funny? I used to think that there was something to like the letter your name started with. Like, never date a man whose name starts with a J. They're all trouble. Like, enough that I like wrote it down in my diary and like, fucking should have known. Name starts with a J. Fuck you, Justin. I don't even know if there was Justin, but anyways, point is, I actually started keeping a tally of all like the boys I had crushes on and which part of the alphabet they fell in, and like wrote little characteristics by their name and like selfish, mean, good kisser, like all of this stuff. Isn't that wild? Oh. So yeah, I think twat congruency does exist, Dr. Neurolab, to answer your question. It's getting too close to bedtime. I'm going to get ready for sleep. I really like it here. I'll be back. We really liked having you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great sleep. This is the longest I think I've ever streamed for. I'm almost at 4 hours. What's happening? I drank so much coffee today. It shouldn't be still in my system now, but that's just facts. Did you guys know that even if the caffeine is out of your system, you'll still not go into the same, deep waves of sleep and REM sleep at the same frequencies and durations? Caffeine's bad for us, folks. Have a great night, Raffle. Have a nice night. Have a good night. Everyone, it's like a little, symphony of have a good night. Anyways, I want to talk about this name congruency thing. Oh, I don't have my notes up. It was one of the tabs I closed. Shall I pull it up on my phone before this will be the last science that I talk about, and then I'm gonna wrap it up and write out. But who knows? This might put me on a tangent that I talk about for another, if you guys get me raging again, then buckle in. Sleep well to those going to bed. Ma'am, I'm an ex-caffeine abuse specialist. Yes, it fucks you up. It super does. It's a natural diuretic. It does increase attention. It does increase memory. It's short term. I haven't looked at that literature super recently, so that might not be true anymore, but last time I looked at it, it was temporally specific. It was at the precise time when the drug was active in your body. Much like opioids are relaxing when they're on board, and then they're turbo, not relaxing when you're not on them. So it doesn't keep you focused and stuff like that. Which is why nootropics, you guys, I have to do an episode on nootropics. Oh my god. But I love it so much. Coffee. Let's talk about the fact that coffee is a drug that we all use and pay a lot of money for and are like, I'm a coffee snob. And we're all addicts of individuals that are addicted to that substance. And no one's saying jack shit. Tea. That's tea. Anyways, I won't stand for this caffeine slander. Is this the caffeine brigade? Is this the caffeine mob? Oh no. I had 3 plastic cups worth of iced coffee today. Had one of those with lunch. Oof. Yeah, so I was talking to my friend about having caffeine on an empty stomach and how it low-key feels like you're on speed. And I might need to check my... I can't remember. I believe caffeine works on acetylcholine receptors, but I am not sure at all. Dr. Neurolab, help. No, I'm kidding. You don't have to help. Are you still driving? If you're still driving, where are you driving to? I don't think you're still driving. Anyways, I'm going to pull open my notes. Let's all just have a little hydrate moment. You guys ever think about the fact that coffee actually isn't that tasty? That it's kind of like bitter chocolate water at best. But we've all just kind of conditioned ourselves to like it, kind of like the flavor of beer. You ever think about that? I think about that. Also, the false fucking self-imposed high ground of taste and whatever that people are I like my coffee black. Okay, Tiger. I like mine with lots of cream and sugar because fat and sugar makes it fucking delicious. Those are notoriously delicious things. Relax. We can like what we like. You don't get 5 gold stars and a trophy for liking super strong, black coffee. You know? Anyways, now I'm home and gaming. Oh, sweet. Well. Adenosine. Jesus, I knew it was an A. Anyways, thank you. I swear I'm a good neuroscientist. Please still believe in my abilities. It's been a minute. I don't study caffeine. Anyways, coffee makes you poop. Yeah, natural diuretic. And I always laugh about that because Starbucks now has a drink that has olive oil in it, so it's the super poop drink. LOL. Vanilla soy latte is a 3-bean soup. Have you guys thought, surely you guys have all heard of the, like, every food is a sandwich, a soup, or a salad? Like, if you think about it, like, cereal, soup. You know? Hot dog, sandwich. Controversial. Some of us avoid bean water. People are more willing to critique peeps who drink too many energy drinks than they are to critique peeps who are coffee drinkers. Yeah. Isn't there also, like, taurine and guanine? Yeah, I can't remember. Taurine and guanine? No. Those are, guanine is one of the, like, adenosine and cytosine that makes up, like, the base pairs. Oh, I'm gonna stop. I might be too tired to talk about science anymore. I like to offend my husband with those mint is cold spicy. That's true. So there's certain receptors in our brain that are activated by capsaicin and by mint and menthol and those sorts of things, and they're actually super closely related. I think they're part of the TRP family of, they're a voltage. I'm just going to say a whole bunch of jargon and no one cares about it except for maybe Dr. Neurolab. But anyways, there's a whole suite of receptors associated with sensation, usually with pain or like associated sensations related to pain, because like spicy is kind of painful, but it's kind of not. I don't know. Anyways, and menthol is one of those. And anyways, I think that they're a voltage gated type of channel that's on your like synapse membrane, whatever. But the point is, what you're saying is menthol is cold spicy. That's literally true. It's true. Guacamole is a fruit salad. Guarana. No G, hey? It's Brazilian. BLTs are just salads with big croutons. Whoa, hot take. That's a hot take. It's Brazilian. Taurine and guanine. Okay, so, no, not quinine. Quinine is a really bitter... No, that's quinine. Oh, fuck. Guys, all of these things sound too much the same. Too similar. That's the right way to say that, is too similar, not too much the same. That's how broken my brain is right now. Quinine is tonic water, and I cannot drink tonic water. It's disgusting. Okay, but I kind of like tonic water. There's lots of sugar in tonic water. Spelt with a G, but pronounced that way. You know what? It's funny. I should know that because I was actually at D&D recently, and one of my lab mates in D&D, what do I call them? Campaign mates? Whatever. One of the people I play D&D with is Brazilian, and he brought these drinks and we're passing them around, and he's like, do you want to try it? I'm like, no, I'll never sleep. And he's like, oh, it doesn't have caffeine in it. I'm like, yeah, but it has like guarana in it. And he's like, oh, does that... I'm like, yeah, that's why they put it in energy drinks. And then I got like, Layla was like, no. And then we had a little thing, and I was like, we all have pocket computers, let's find out. And then it was, boom, I was correct. So I felt really good because usually Layla's right. Anyways. It's spelled with a G, yeah. What if I remove the L and the T? That's just bacon. Okay, guys. Can I open my stream workbook? What are we talking about today? Booba Kiki? Kiki Booba? Oh, God. Guys, I might not even have the brain power to actually open the tab. Hello? Stream topics. What's in a name? That's what I called it. How poetic. What's in a name? Let's see. Do we look our age? The answer is kind of. Did you know that the only people that are the age that they wish they were are 21-year-olds? If you're under 21, you wish you were older. If you're older than 21, you wish you were younger. And the, lines get more divergent as you age. Beep boop beep boop beep. Where is my thing that I wrote down? Where is this? I wrote down that something is bananas in all caps. You would think I would be able to find this. Where did I put it? Oh no. You guys, I can't do it. I can't do it. Then it's just croutons with mayo and bacon. Forgot about the bacon. Name resonance or something. Name congruence. You know what? I used to really like a tomato and bacon sandwich. Or just, honestly, I like a tomato sandwich. What am I going to eat after this? It's almost midnight. And I've eaten... What have I eaten today? I don't know what I've eaten today. Oh, I had some, like, vegetarian microwavable frozen yakisoba thing. And it was okay, actually. I add extra spices and stuff to it. But anyways, memory fuck the what for the win. I always say fuck the what. Why am I like this? Okay. Twitch.tv. Let's find out who's on, I think. Astro Canuck is here. Why am I like this? Oh, God. My own stream show. Oh, because it auto-corrected to that. Don't ever feed him after midnight. Who, me? I'm about to have a bowl of cinnamon life cereal? Fuck off. Like, politely, I adore you, but fuck off, because that sounds so good. I don't have any cereal. Have a cheese sandwich. I don't have bread. I can't keep bread in the house because then I'll just eat the bread until the bread's gone. That's just the way I am as a person. Okay, we've got Astro Canucks, Science. Holy moly, we've got all kinds of people just stacked. Doug's on. Oh my gosh. You know what? We haven't rated Astro Canuck in, I think I've only rated him once because he wasn't on. He had like computer issues there for a bit. And I was in his stream earlier, so it'll be nice to reconnect. She's not catching the Gremlins reference. I never watched it, folks. They look like Furbies, and I don't care. How do I do this again? /raid. Okay, guys, before I start this raid, well, I can type it out. /raid. Also, Aristo, can we get the raid message, please? It would be very nice. Please stick around for the raid. It's very nice to, the other streamers. Astro Canuck is amazing. He's like super cool if you guys don't already follow him. He does like astrophotography, Lego building. It's just a really cool person. And I have an Astro Canuck hat. Yeah, this is totally the right move. This is who we're raiding. Anyways, /raid. And then do I do an @ sign? No, I just say Astro Canuck, right? Am I doing this right? We'll see when I press enter. Oopie. Thank you guys so much. This has been a really, Leah! Thank you! Sleep well, Neuralacia. Good time soon, everyone. Here, Christo. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. For doing that. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it hugely. You can now do the raid command. Good night, chat. Yeah, stick around and let's check out Astro's stuff. And I had a really nice time. I streamed for 4 hours, which is officially the longest I've ever streamed. So yeah, let's raid out. Let's see if I typed this right. /raid and then just the name, right? Your girl's tired. I can't wait to go to sleep. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the good discussion. It's been so much fun. Oh, for fuck's sake. What do I do? You guys are on the right thing. Oh, it's going to be a second, you guys. I have to go to my own channel because I'm not logged in with... I'm so pouty. Where's... You guys, I'm so... Can someone else do this for me? God. Some call me bot life support. /raid. Yeah. Astro Canuck. The raid has been created. Thank fuck. I do not have the bandwidth for this. I'll try. No, I got it. Thank you, Risto.
Option.
I appreciate you a lot. Did this work? Am I already gone? What's happening? It's not saying that I'm doing it. It didn't give me the, like, approval. Did I do it? What's happening? I don't know if I did. I created the raid, and it says Neuralicia is raiding Astro Canuck with 13 raiders. And it's not raid now. Okay, 13 viewers are ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Okay, bye. Raid now.